season of eligibility to go to the NCAA tournament.
That is very impressive.
They've never been eligible to even make it to the NCAA. This is their first time. They just went Division I a year or two ago.
Yep.
And then they had to sit out a waiting period, which among all of the stupid rules that NCAA has, put that on the list. Like, what do you have to sit out a waiting period? For what? What are you waiting for?
If anything, it's like protecting them from being embarrassed.
I don't get it. I mean, they were good enough last year to, maybe get a look at the NCAA tournament. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, why? What were they waiting on?
I don't know.
Anyway, they could go to the NCAA tournament. And so we'll talk a little bit more about how that team's come together, what they're doing. Aztec fans, don't fret. We haven't forgot about you. Mark Zigler of the San Diego Union Tribune will also be on the show today.
College Basketball Friday.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Well, look, it's that time of year.
Yes,
right?
it is.
Did you see the calendar? It says March.
Oh, my calendar said Smarch.
Nope, it's March. It's actually.
Do you know what Smarch is?
Yeah.
It's a joke from The Simpsons.
Oh, sorry.
the school printed calendars that said Smarch.
Oh, yeah.
And Homer walks by, he goes, lousy Smarch weather.
Smarch weather. Well, speaking of Smarch weather, talking about the dead cat and whipping it around and hitting idiots. I don't want to. That's too strong. But what are weather people doing out there? I mean, are they really? They're looking at all of this information. This is 2025, right?
Why are we attacking the weather people?
Because they never get it right. That's why we're attacking them.
Did you see the rain last night?
I was supposed to play golf yesterday morning. We canceled 2 days ahead of time because it was guaranteed to rain yesterday.
That's your fault.
It's not my fault.
Yes, that's whoever canceled that golf tee time. You always wait until the morning of. Come on.
Well,
that's
if weather people would ever get it right, I wouldn't have to worry about that.
Do not blame them. I'm going to stand for the weather people.
You stand for the weather people. I'll say that they're just do your job better. Come on. You have one thing to do.
They're predicting the unpredictable.
They're not predicting the unpredictable. Have you seen? You've seen it because I know you have the apps on your phone.
Yeah.
They have more information at their disposal than, Congress has when it comes to, high-level information.
This is not an argument I thought we were going to get into today.
It's a terrible argument.
No. The argument is
I just don't know what it's going to do.
Is it going to change in the atmosphere?
Is it going to rain today or is it not? Let me know.
Let me tell you.
How tough is that? Let me know. Is it going to rain or not?
Now I'm fired up.
That's all I want to know.
Let me tell you about my drive home last night, Chris.
It was raining, right?
It was really difficult.
And it was supposed to pour yesterday morning, which it didn't do. And then it poured on your way home, which it did do.
The clouds got stuck in traffic coming down here.
I've had it with our weather
I'm not going to allow you to besmirch the weather people because you canceled your team 2 days in advance.
I'm besmirching. Here's the thing. If you're a weather person in Buffalo, then I understand it. You've got a lot going on in Buffalo. A lot of crazy things can happen. If you are a weather person in San Diego, you should have it made. 90% of the time, you walk out there, you go, it's 70, it's going to be 70, and back to you, Joe, at the desk. 10% of the time, I'm counting on you as a weather person to get it right in Southern California. It's the easiest job in America.
I think Steph has a great point.
What's Steph got?
I guess Chris wants it to rain when it suits him.
That's fair.
That's exactly what you're saying.
That's fair. I'm a good rain guy. But I also like to, when they tell me it's going to rain, I want it to rain.
Air Coryell 79 says you have to cancel your tee time 24 hours in advance or you get charged. Not true.
Air Coryell on top of things knows what we're talking about.
Most golf courses won't do that to you if it's raining.
Anyway, all right. I missed out on a golf because of the weather, people. I'm a little bit frustrated with that. I don't know how in the world we got off on that tangent.
You brought it up.
This show is all about tangents, right? That's what we do.
We should call it the Tangent Show.
No kidding, man. I mean, I came on the air, honestly, expecting to talk about a place where it really did rain today.
Yeah.
Which is Phoenix and the whole area of Phoenix where it poured.
Well, I think.
And 3 or 4 spring training games were canceled, including the Padres, who obviously were paying attention to San Diego area weather people because they drove all the way over to Maryvale, wherever that is, to start their game with the Brewers today, only to, have it canceled and, washed away after, 2 innings?
Yeah, 2
That
innings.
seems like some poor planning right there. If you had a decent weather person who could have told you that it's going to start pouring at, 1:30, you would not have gone over there in the first place.
Okay.
Is that not right?
Let me tell you something.
What do you got?
It was a really stupid decision to even start the game. I shouldn't say stupid because I don't want to call anyone stupid, but it was a bad decision.
Made no sense.
Made no sense.
Yeah.
But when you went into your rant about the weather people, I thought you were going to rant about the people who decided to start the game. That's where I thought you were going.
No, I went to the people here in San Diego who can't get it right. That's all I ask. 90% of the time, you basically have no job to do.
I do think we could take something from this.
Let's go over to the weather guy. 70, it's going to be 70. Back to you. Pretty much all you need to do in this town.
Okay. Can we get a?
By the way,
Can we get a weather person in town?
By the way, I know a few of the weather people in town, and so I'm saying all of this.
One of our fantasy football members' wife is a weather person.
Yes, I know. I'm saying a lot of this in jest. Believe me.
Are you? Are you?
No.
I do think we could take something from this game today, though.
Here's what the weather person could say to me in return.
I'm trying to move on from the weather person.
All right, here's their retort to my complaint. How about you picking a game right once in a while?
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
That's fair.
You go. Yeah, right. I have all the information. I have all the stats.
I like it.
I have all of the insight, right? I talk to the players. I talk to the coaches. I've seen the games. I've prepared. And then I tell you that so-and-so is going to win and so-and-so does not. So that's the weather person's retort to me.
I appreciate that.
Isn't that nice of me? I'm actually... I'm actually making their own argument for them, doing what I can do to help out. Padres did not play today after all of that discussion because of rain in Arizona.
Yeah.
So there you have that.
Kyle Hart looked good, though.
Did he start?
He did.
I thought Darvish was going to start.
No,
they changed it
tomorrow.
up.
Yes,
okay.
That happened earlier this morning.
So Kyle Hart did pitch a couple innings today.
He pitched
good.
The 2 innings. He had good outing.
Okay.
Sammy Lev, we'll listen to a little bit later. Talk to him after the game. He said he wishes he had more innings because he was pitching so well.
He needs it.
Yeah.
Kyle Hart needs it. He is not on my 26-man projected opening day roster. And, of course, since Mike Schilt is certainly going to check with me before he announces the official one, that's not good news for Kyle Hart. He's going to have to pitch a couple of times here if he wants to get on this squad.
Yep.
I mean, and I'll go through the 26-man roster. I did it about 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't really changed.
Well,
maybe
for the most part,
a little bit. I got a couple of little alterations that I'll make, but I'll give you the Padres 26-man opening day roster in a couple of minutes. We've got, as I said, plenty of college hoops to talk about. This is March. That's what we do. Zach Perellis, Mark Zigler. Also going to talk to Mark. I hope he doesn't mind. But I do want to get his thoughts. He is the soccer guru around here.
Ryan Finley was filling in for Mark.
Ryan
Ziegler
Finley and Ryan came on and did a good job. But I want to get Ziegler's thoughts on what transpired Saturday night here at the SDFC match, and hopefully any solutions he may have to this, because this hopefully will not be an ongoing situation.
Thankfully, I think
in San Diego,
I think that we have talked it out here in town. I think it's going to happen again.
Oh, we've done all our talking.
Yeah,
that's not going to.
I think it's going to happen again because that's just how people operate. But it's just continuing to get those people and weed them out.
Well, Mark Ziegler, we'll talk to him. By the way, SDFC plays away this weekend. They play tomorrow in Salt Lake City. Is their match coming up tomorrow? The next time they're home is a week from tomorrow. And they're playing a team that has a C as their logo. Couldn't possibly tell you who that is.
Chicago?
I think it's Colorado.
Oh, Colorado.
I think it's Colorado, but don't hold me to that. Anyway, we'll get into all of that. Regular segments, Daily Gambit, where Skraby continues to be red hot. Chris versus the fans. It's Friday, so we got a countdown for you.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell them the subject today.
Sure.
Suffice to say that weathermen and women will not be on this list for me. It's 5 things that make you happy.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I may have trouble coming up with 5. the way I feel today.
I'm feeling grateful. So I have.
You think you're going to get your 5?
I do have them.
Could you donate a couple to me? I may need a couple of leftovers.
No, not after your weather besmirching.
I'm sorry to all the weather people out there.
You've really upset the chat.
I probably have, but look, if you're in the chat and you're mad at me, that's fine. But don't tell me that you wouldn't like to know when it's going to rain and when it's not.
You know what?
And that's all I'm asking for.
I look up in the sky. Hey, those clouds looks like it's going to rain. Let me check my app. Oh, yeah, it's going to rain. Okay, cool.
All right.
Brandon says, Gwynn and Chris and Skraby make me happy. Aw.
What was
Thank
that,
you.
Brandon?
Yeah. Thank you, Brandon.
Man, Brandon, if you're anywhere close to a Mission Valley, just come on by. You can do the last 3 hours and 45 minutes of the show. I appreciate you. We're underway for a Friday.
I'm for a ride, everyone.
It's going to be a wild one, so buckle up, and we'll come back to let you know what the Padres opening day 26-man roster will look like. That's next. Hi there. Welcome back. Gwynn and Chris. I'm taking a second here to look up on my phone San Diego weather. 61% or 61 degrees, sorry. No precipitation, sunny. Wind at 7 miles per hour. See? Not that tough. Not that tough. Get it right.
I think that's your phone telling you current conditions, which is taking actual conditions. So there's no prediction there. There's only data.
So tomorrow, 62 and sunny.
Okay.
And now if that
you
doesn't
better
happen,
schedule your tea time.
yeah, right. If it's not 62 and sunny tomorrow, then they'll be held to pay.
I can't with you today. I wish Tony was here.
There will be hell to pay if it's not 62 and sunny tomorrow.
I wish Tony was here.
We're underway for finally a Friday. Can't you tell? We're all in a terrific mood. Padres did not play today. Well, they played 2 innings today.
Yeah.
Then everything was washed away in Milwaukee or in Phoenix against Milwaukee.
Maryvale.
Yes, Maryvale. The home of the Brew Crew for the spring.
They didn't have today during the game. They didn't have the ABS system in their park. Scanlon actually said on the broadcast that if you have 2 major league teams in one ballpark, they put the system in there. So the
Maryvale's one of the ones that has only one, right?
Yeah,
there's no other
one
team there. Yeah,
and so there was no ABS. But Jake Cronenworth struck out today on a pitch, and then he challenged it, and then he realized there was no
challenge, Jake.
How many times are we going to get in the regular
to the good old
season
days
in the first week?
It's not going to happen in the first week as much as we think because each team only gets it 2 times a game. I just can't see a guy, in spring training, you get 1 at bat maybe, so you're going to challenge.
Yeah.
But in the regular season, I can't see anybody challenging in the 3rd inning unless it's bases loaded, right? Type of thing.
Yep.
Otherwise, it'd be silly to use up your challenge. Unless it's, an important part later in the game.
Brett Sullivan said, because he's had lots of experience with the challenge system, he said that there's nothing worse than losing a challenge early in the game because it's going to come back up later.
That's big deal. All right. I promised you the 26-man Padre roster for opening day. I did this 2 weeks ago, and I don't think a whole lot has changed, but I have made a couple of slight alterations. So where do you want to start, Skrabe? Catcher?
I already know where you're going with catcher, but let's start
there. Look at this. First of all, Ethan Salas was sent back yesterday. He's off.
And Leo DeVries.
Yeah, Leo Dallas DeVries, who Skraby likes to call Leo. They've both been, sent down. And that's what we all expected. But there were a lot of people 3 weeks ago, when spring training started that said, Salas got to be the catcher. We don't have anybody. We were like,
never go that far.
No, you didn't. But a lot of people, tweeters and people like that were like, remember he got a double? It's like, put him in the Hall of Fame. Johnny Bench, Ethan Salas, same thing.
I think that's people just being worried about the catching position.
Now, I think it's also, we tend to overreact. Ethan is still, 18 years old?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be fantastic, but not yet. Okay, so the 2 catchers, here's the one thing, it's got me thinking a little. Campusano and Elias Diaz, I think, are going to be the 2.
I would agree.
But Maldonado has gotten a lot of playing time with the first team lineup. There's been 2 or 3 games where they've really had kind of what you think will be their opening day type lineup.
Good observation.
And Maldonado's been in that both times, I think. So it's just something to keep an eye on.
Is there a possibility in your mind they carry 3 catchers?
No. Because they have just too many other options. They just do. They have way too many other options. There's no way they can afford 3 catchers. Arise, Cronenworth, Bogarts, and Machado. That's a given. That's your starting 4 infielders.
Yeah.
Hayward in left field. They didn't bring him in to not make the team.
Exactly.
Merrill and Tatis. All right. So there's 9. 3 outfielders, 4 infielders, 2 catchers. There's only room for 4 more guys. And how many guys are competing for that? About 15?
Yeah, there's a lot.
There are a lot. Connor Joe will be one of the 4. I just can't believe
he got a major league contract.
He's a major league guy. He's a major league player. He's done it before. He's brought into platoon. He plays first base.
He has a very specific role.
He's got to be one. Tyler Wade is another one who I think is automatic. He's done it. He's been here. They're comfortable with him. He plays short. He plays second. He pinch hits.
pinch
I
runs.
don't see him, not being there. So there's really only 2 spots up for grabs. I know that all of you out there, that means you and the guy sitting over here next to you, all think that those 2 should go to Tirso Ornelas and Oscar Gonzalez because they've been the best in spring training.
I'll give you Tirso, but I'm not sold on Oscar.
Well,
just
it's
yet.
not going to happen.
You don't think Tirso is going to be on the roster?
No, I don't.
Really? I think okay.
Well,
let me.
Well, okay, I'll explain. 1 spot is going to go to Jose Iglesias.
Yes.
I think that this was a really smart signing.
Yep.
And I think that, now the one thing I will say for Iglesias is he's similar to Wade. And can they afford to carry 2 guys that are similar? And if Wade's going to get the spot, then can they also take Iglesias?
That's a good point.
So that may throw a wrench into my idea here. But I think it'll be Iglesias, or if they don't want to carry 2 of those guys, I think Yuli Gurriel, who's proven. Now you're shaking your head. I think Gurriel.
I just think you got better options. I mean, I don't think he's impressed during spring or anything like that.
Doesn't have to.
He's 41.
He doesn't have to. As long as he's got bat speed, which I don't know. But if he's got that, he's going to be on the club, I think. And then there's one other opening for Gavin Sheets, Tirso Ornelas, Oscar Gonzalez, Forrest Wall, and Brandon Lockridge, who steals bases like a demon.
Yes, he does.
Those guys all have a shot one more guy, Eggy Rosario. So all those guys are going for 1 spot as far as I can tell. And I'm going either Eggy or Oscar Gonzalez. Why?
Why Oscar? I don't understand.
Because he's done it before. 2 years ago, he helped carry Cleveland to the playoffs. Our hitting coach, Victor Rodriguez, knows him. I think he feels he can work with him and he can be a contributor. I think Tirso is going to go back to the minor leagues, but it doesn't mean that he won't come right back up if anything happens. I think Tirso's opened enough eyes. But the problem with Tirso is he's a career minor leaguer. I don't think he's done enough to where they're going to go, oh, you know what? He's not a minor leaguer anymore.
I disagree. I disagree.
Okay. What about Gavin Sheets?
I think he's not played well enough in spring training to be considered.
Okay.
He hit the ball great in the first game. But
your problem, although not always wrong, your problem is you're putting way too much emphasis on results in spring training. And I think you can put some, but not all. I think a lot of it comes with what they feel and what guys have done at the big league level before. I just want to also say that I'm not including on those rosters the likes of Brett Sullivan, Mason McCoy, who was an infielder here last year, Mike Brousseau, who was also signed in the – there's a ton of guys that can get these 4 spots.
Remember when we were talking about how they didn't have enough guys? Like now, this is a great.
They have
they
have an overload of guys.
I that's interesting about Tirso. I don't know. I haven't heard enough from Mike Schilt and reporters on Oscar Gonzalez, which tells me that maybe he's not top of mind if he's not being talked about by the coaching staff.
Look, he's been hitting seeds all summer, all spring long. So is Tirso. I just think Tirso, in their mind, is still a minor league guy. Oscar has done this at the big league level for a playoff team. I think that gives them the edge. I've been way wrong before. I'm no better than a weatherman.
Will you leave the weather people out of this?
I can't help it.
I thought they were going to get out of this segment clean.
Didn't quite make it. All right, that
blew my mind.
That's the 13-man roster for the guys in the field. I still got to get you the 13 pitchers, which is equally as difficult.
Yes.
So we'll do that probably in the 3:00 hour because we're going to talk some basketball when we come back. But Padre fans, stay tuned for more Padre discussion. I'm sure if you disagree with me, you'll let us know in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure a bunch of people already have.
Elo is dead wrong.
Yeah, exactly. My favorite. And you know what? It's my favorite comment. And that comment is often right.
I don't think he's dead wrong, but I would challenge his thoughts on Tirso's valuation from the franchise.
Zach Perella, senior writer, CBS Sports, with an in-depth look at a team that deserves a closer look. The UCSD champion Tritons.
All right, it's time for the Beaver Nuggets. So the story is somehow Buc-ee's got brought up. I think Frank brought it up.
Yes.
And it's a rest stop / mall / entertainment zone, super center. And someone said on the chat yesterday that they have like 100. They went to one with like 100 gas pumps, which is a lot, I guess. But while we were talking about this, Sam Levitt was in New York listening, and he goes, "Put me on, put me on, put me on." And so we put him on, and he's talking about how much he loves Buc-ee's. And so we got into the conversation, and it ended up being about the Beaver Nuggets. And so I had to order them because I find the name Beaver Nuggets very gross. I find it gross. But we're going to go with this. It's kind of like a Cheeto / a corn pop.
It's like a cheese doodle.
A cheese doodle. And we're going to eat them right now. I don't think these are bad, but here we go. I like it. It tastes like a corn pop.
I was going to say it tastes like a waffle, really.
It does kind of taste like a waffle. You know what? I'm in. These are good.
Yeah, I'm not.
You want another one?
No, I don't want another one. But yeah, I mean, it tastes like a waffle, like a waffle with syrup on it.
It's pretty good. I gotta say, I'm not hating these at all. Actually, they're very good. I like this. The waffle is a perfect explanation. If you've ever had, I'm sorry, I'm talking on the microphone with food in my mouth. But if you've ever had a what is it? A Lay's potato chip that's waffle flavor. It's kind of like that. Sad Fryer says, "Are they cheesy?" No, they're not cheesy at all. Actually, they're sweet.
No, it's like a hard waffle with syrup on it, with dried encrusted syrup on it.
Now I don't exactly know what the puff is. It could be just fake something.
Most likely. I mean,
it's like caramel a little bit too. All right, I gotta stop eating these because I will eat the whole bag. I love these things. I'm gonna leave them here though because I will eat this if I go home. It's just gonna be a bunch of beaver nuggets in my bed as I sleepwalk or something like that. All right, it's time for the Beaver Nuggets. So the story is somehow Buc-ee's got brought up. I think Frank brought it up.
Yes.
And it's a rest stop / mall / entertainment zone, super center. And someone said on the chat yesterday that they have like 100. They went to one with like 100 gas pumps, which is a lot, I guess. But while we were talking about this, Sam Levitt was in New York listening, and he goes, "Put me on, put me on, put me on." And so we put him on, and he's talking about how much he loves Buc-ee's. And so we got into the conversation, and it ended up being about the Beaver Nuggets. And so I had to order them because I find the name Beaver Nuggets very gross. I find it gross. But we're going to go with this. It's kind of like a Cheeto / a corn pop.
It's like a cheese doodle.
A cheese doodle. And we're going to eat them right now. I don't think these are bad, but here we go. I like it. It tastes like a corn pop.
I was going to say it tastes like a waffle, really.
It does kind of taste like a waffle. You know what? I'm in. These are good.
Yeah, I'm not.
You want another one?
No, I don't want another one. But yeah, I mean, it tastes like a waffle, like a waffle with syrup on it.
It's pretty good. I gotta say, I'm not hating these at all. Actually, they're very good. I like this. The waffle is a perfect explanation. If you've ever had, I'm sorry, I'm talking on the microphone with food in my mouth. But if you've ever had a what is it? A Lay's potato chip that's waffle flavor. It's kind of like that. Sad Fryer says, are they cheesy? No, they're not cheesy at all, actually. They're sweet.
No, it's like a hard waffle with syrup on it, with dried encrusted syrup on it.
Now, I don't exactly know what the puff is. It could be just fake something.
Most likely. I mean,
it's like caramel a little bit too. All right, I gotta stop eating these because I will eat the whole bag. I love these things. I'm gonna leave them here though because I will eat this if I go home. It's just gonna be a bunch of beaver nuggets in my bed as I sleepwalk or something like that. All right, it's time for the beaver nuggets. So the story is somehow Buc-ee's got brought up. I think Frank brought it up.
Yes.
And it's a rest stop / mall / entertainment zone, super center. And someone said on the chat yesterday that they have like 100. They went to.
All right, so now, as we come back to the program at 2:35, Chris Ello, Skraby today. Gwynn and Chris, the Gwynn part, is with his daughters in Florida, attending and hopefully enjoying the soccer tournament going on. I have, in the first 35 minutes, probably angered to the point that they will never talk to me again, every weather person in San Diego.
I just would like to distance myself from Chris Ello in the weather
and
department.
you agreed with everything I said. Matt Skraby agreed.
I did not. I stood for the weather people.
You did. I've also angered everybody in the Tirso Ornelas Marching and Chowder Society, which is a society that is growing by the minute. Every time
Well, he's playing great.
Tirso Ornelas gets a hit.
He might be the best performer
in
so far in spring training.
And, nowhere in what I said did I put down Tirso Ornelas or his performance.
You don't think he's a major league guy?
I don't know. I think he might be. I think they want to be sure because he's been in the minors for that long.
So why don't you give him a roster spot, see what he can do, and if he can't do it, send him down.
Because there's other guys that can get that roster spot. If there wasn't an Eggy Rosario or an Iglesias or an Oscar Gonzalez, guys that have, are more proven, then I'd say Tirso gets it. He's done well enough to get a spot. I just don't know that he's done well enough to get a spot among this group.
Now, let me ask you this.
So I apologize to everybody there, but let me go ahead. Give me your question first.
Does he debut in the first half of the season?
I think there's a good chance.
Okay.
I do. I think there's a really good chance because a bunch of stuff always happens.
Yeah.
You never know what it's going to be,
Injury,
but
performance.
something will happen. So I think Tirso, as long as he goes down there and starts hitting some home runs and keeps the swing, again, and when I'm wrong, you notice how I said when I'm wrong? Because these things always come back to bite me. Just flood, the inbox and say, that you were right and I was wrong. It's okay.
Oh, that would be a great day.
I don't mind that. But here's my last thing on Tirso Ornelas, who's having a great spring and is slugging like 1,200, right?
Yeah.
Right now, the slugging percentage, never mind. I didn't get what I was hoping. There's a couple of guys hitting 1,200 in spring.
Mm-hmm.
Reese Hoskins is one of them. What I wanted to point out, though, the two home run leaders in spring right now in Major League Baseball, Vinny Capra. You know him pretty well, don't you? Shortstop for the Brewers.
Sorry, I don't.
Here's a game you actually have heard. He played for the Padres for a moment. Trace Thompson.
Oh.
He's now with Boston. He's hit 4. Those guys have both hit 4. Second place with 3 among those guys, Matt Gorski, Gabriel Rincones, Gage Workman. I'm just saying, that doesn't guarantee you a ticket to the big leagues.
Are all those guys playing every day like Tirso?
I don't know. I don't know. They all have 15.
I'm just trying to find.
No, they all have
anything.
15, 20 at bats just like he does.
All right. That's fair.
I hope. Look, if I'm wrong, let me know. What am I saying? If I'm wrong, they will let me know. Right, Scrape?
Yes.
There's no way anyone will forget.
They'll let me know to let you know.
Right. These people have minds like steel traps out there. Padres did not play today. Rain came, washed away the game that had gotten underway against the Brewers. We're going to go a little different direction here. Last night, UC San Diego men's basketball team clinched at least a share of the Big West Conference Championship. That's pretty impressive considering it's their first real season as a Division I school. Chance to go to the big dance. Peerless, Zach Peerless. He's peerless. He wrote a really nice story about this team on CBS Sports. That's why we wanted to get him on. Zach joins the program here on 97.3 The Fan. Hi, Zach. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. How are you guys?
We're doing well. We're excited by, look, we're all about the Aztecs, here based on, what they've done here. They've gone to the 2 straight Sweet 16s, the final game. But all of a sudden now UC San Diego is starting to join the headlines. We have 2 excellent college basketball teams here. You did a really nice piece. I read a lot of it. It was like long. All right. It was long.
You definitely.
It was a long piece. So
in-depth piece.
I gave you as much as I could, Zach, between segments. But what did you think in your visit around this team? What do you think makes it so special? What did you kind of come away thinking?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that the guys really like each other. Like, I know that it's simple and I know that it might sound, kind of corny, but they really do enjoy hanging out with each other. They're laughing and telling jokes, and it's clear that they have a really good bond with one another. And that is tough in college sports where the kind of the premise of the story is they're from all over the place. So it's really, really a great job by Eric Olin, finding guys who will work well together. And I think the big thing is that they really came together last year when they knew that they couldn't go to the postseason, but they still wanted to make it work and be a really good team so that they could prepare for this season. That was one thing that Aniwa Tate Jones really, hammered home with me was they were all willing to kind of sacrifice last year and grow together without being able to play in the postseason, so that they could reap the benefits this season.
Is there a little part of them, did you kind of sense that, right, they were playing Division I basketball last season, but they weren't allowed to do anything with a nice season that they had, that they kind of came together under one common goal and one common theme, which is, other Division I teams who could compete to go to the NCAA tournament didn't want us. But Here we all are. So we're going to come together, and when we can go to the tournament next year, we're going to make all the rest of these guys pay.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a big thing there is the coaches were really upfront with that, according to all of the guys who I spoke to. They very much viewed it as a 2-year plan. And it's impressive both for the coaches to have that sort of patience and the players to buy into that, I think. Was really impressive. You're looking at guys who had starred at the D2 level and had been really good players. And, it's kind of, they want to go D1 because it's a higher level in competition. But that first year, it wasn't quite D1. It was D1 with an asterisk in terms of this is Division I basketball, but not the Division I that everybody associates with March Madness and the postseason. So I really do think that it was a year not only for them to prove to themselves that they can play at this level, but to prove that another step forward, another off season together, and they can be really special, which is what we're seeing this year.
Talking to Zach Peerless here, senior writer for CBS Sports. He did an in-depth piece on the UCSD Triton men's basketball team. So go to cbssports.com and find that article. I wanted to ask, and I don't know if you got a chance to ask them this or talk about this, but Chris brought it up with the Aztecs. Do they use that as fuel to be the better team in town? Are they even thinking about the Aztecs?
I don't know if they're specifically thinking about the Aztecs, but it was interesting. I talked to Hayden Gray, who's a San Diego guy, and he won a high school state championship on UCSD's home court, which was he was kind of saying it was really kind of a cool full circle moment to see. He grew up with them in D2, and then right around when he left to go play at a D2 school was when UCSD was transitioning to D1. So I don't know if there's a specific, motivational factor there, but I will say that they knew from the start when they played San Diego State early in the season that was when Coach Olin said, "Hey, I think that we can be really good." We look at some of their really impressive wins, and they obviously have a ton of wins this year. He sensed it from the beginning, right from that very first game, even though it was a loss.
Yeah, and then shortly thereafter, they went to Utah State, and they won there, and that was really the biggie, I think, that kind of set them up for the season. The Aztecs couldn't win there, nor do too many other teams win there. Utah State is almost unbeatable on their home floor, but UCSD beat them. We did Eric Olin, when I asked him about the Aztecs, he said all the right things. He's like, no, we're kind of excited that you're even comparing us to them. So he's doing all the things right with this squad. Do they sense that? Well, I think we all think they deserve a spot in the NCAA tournament, even if they don't go on and win the conference tournament. Do you think the NCAA tournament selection committee is going to feel like they've done enough if they happen to lose, say, to Irvine in the final?
I sure hope so. I think that this has been a really good team, and the number of wins is going to be, they're approaching 30 with the tournament. They might get, right near that number. I can't imagine a team with 30 regular season wins doesn't make the tournament, but it's always nerve-wracking for those teams that aren't in the major conferences. I didn't really get a sense one way or another. I know that they are very excited just to be able to play in the conference tournament. My sense is that they really should be in a very good position. The only thing that makes you nervous is if they lose the regular season finale and then lose to someone maybe other than Irvine in the tournament. So my guess is they're in a really strong position right now. And I think a lot of the metrics really favor them. They're going to the committee will look at that Utah State win, and they have other good wins too. James Madison's pretty quality mid-major. This is a good team. They've done everything that they can. And I certainly think right now they're at 27 wins, 28. If 29 win teams missing the tournament, that'd be really tough. So I think they're in a really good position right now.
Talking to Zach Peerless here, senior writer, CBS Sports on 97.3 The Fan. So they made the jump from D2 to D1. Now they're in the Big West and they're a good basketball team. When do they make the jump to a new conference?
Oh man, it's funny that you asked that because the path to the Big West was so difficult for them.
They don't want to do it again.
Right. It was, it's so funny to hear. I wasn't familiar at all with the story, but the fact that they went from a D2 school, they had a student vote in 2010 that failed. So then they had a second student vote in 2016. And that was kind of brought upon by one of the school government, one of the student government leaders saying, hey, it'd be fun to be a D1 program. Would you guys be willing to pay a little bit extra, this incremental increase? And then they got rejected from the Big West after they had approved that vote. The conference rejects them. So right now, I think they're very happy where they're at. I think there is some Big West movement coming as well elsewhere in the conference too. So I think for now, let's keep them there.
Okay.
Yeah, you talked about Tate Jones, Annie Waniwa. I think
Say
I
that
came
again,
close.
please.
Annie Waniwa.
Can we have our guy Zach say it for us?
Try it, Zach.
Sure. It's Aniwa Niwa.
Yeah,
Aniwa.
That was right
Okay.
there. Yeah,
All
that's a
right.
good one. But he's from Hawaii. He's the leading scorer. Talk about him as a player, and does he have any pro prospects? I mean, do they have pro prospects on this team?
Yeah, so Aniwa Niwa, he goes by Niwa according to everyone. Everyone calls him Niwa because I can't imagine on a basketball court your teammates are going to spend the time saying Aniwa Niwa.
Yeah, pass me the ball, will you?
Yeah,
guy. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. He's just a wrecking ball. He's 6'6", 200 pounds. He plays kind of like point guard, point forward almost. like downhill, loves to get to the basket. And he's just strong, and he's very coordinated and physical. And you kind of, look at those two traits. He was originally from New Zealand, so he was a big rugby guy and a big soccer player. So there you get, the physicality of rugby, the footwork of soccer. And I think that's really his game. And he's a good passer. He's a good rebounder. This is obviously a very talented defensive team, very smart defensive team. They force turnovers at a top 5 rate, top 10 rate in the nation. I don't know if he's a pro just because he's not a shooter, but we've seen some of these guards who just he's taken the most free throws in the entire country. And I was kind of asking him, do you sense that opponents get frustrated because it's so hard to stay in front of you and he's really patient? It's kind of like he gets in the post and he has an old man game, he just takes his time. But it's so funny because the rest of his game is not old man at all. He is it's not like he catches it in the post and takes his time. He's driving to the basket and he has all these different little moves, different angles. But I asked him, can you sense your opponents are getting frustrated? And he said, yeah, I would hate to guard me. And
yeah.
I think that's kind of the sentiment that I've seen. I think I went through probably 5 or 10 of their games, and you can just see, every time he's making this trip to the foul line, you can see the opposing bench is frustrating. The opponents are frustrated. The opponent coach is frustrated. He just forces the issue all the time, which I think is really, really impressive. I don't know if they have pro prospects here or there. Tyler McGuy is just an absolutely great shooter. That's maybe the one thought there, just because shooting is so valued at the next level. But I think part of the reason that I took such an interest in this team is because it's not like a team full of future pros. It's a team of former D2 guys who just their skill sets fit, their identity fits. And it's really just a perfect college basketball story.
Yes, it is. I mean, really. I mean, that's the thing. They would be a great story even if they weren't in their very first season, but they are. And, for them to have accomplished what they have, hopefully more. Zach, great story and really good insight on the interview. I know people want to find out more about this team now as they're starting to come to light, and we appreciate you sharing. Again, CBS Sports, the article's there. It's in depth, it's good, and you'll know about these Tritons when you're done.
Zach, do you want to give everybody your Twitter handle so they can find it?
Sure. Thanks so much, guys. First of all, Twitter is Zach, ZACH _Peerless. That's PERELES. And yeah, it's been fun to see this story kind of take flight. So thank you guys so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we do appreciate you as well. Zach, have a good one. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of March.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys as well.
Thank you, sir. Zach Peerless there from CBS Sports. Now, he mentioned that Tate Jones, right? Anua. Is that how he pronounced it, Skrabe? Anua?
No, it was a name. Man, I already forget.
Now you don't remember how it was.
Newa?
Anewa.
How do you spell his name? I'm sorry.
How do I spell his name?
I don't have it in front of me.
No, I got it right here. Aniwa.
Niwa. Yeah.
He has made 201 free throws this year. He's made 201. Nick Boyd of the Aztecs leads the Aztecs by trying 114.
What?
So, yeah, Tate Jones has made 90 more free throws than Nick Boyd has even attempted.
What's his free throw percentage?
I had it, but I don't have that page. But he's like 201 for 260, so he's he's high.
Yeah. I love my guys that can shoot free throws.
Well, you like him.
I do.
All right, good luck. Continued good luck to the Tritons as they hopefully march into the NCAA tournament. Their final game is Saturday at UC Davis. Then they'll be already into the semifinals of the Big West because of the way that tournament works. So they'll just have to win 2 games to go officially to March Madness.
I never even thought about how difficult it was for them to get to this point, let alone get into a new conference after you've established yourself in one conference. I didn't even put that together.
How about the fact that they had a school vote 10 years ago and the school said, no, we don't want to go to
remember
Division
that,
I.
actually. I had a friend that was going there that was very upset with that.
Like, we don't even want to do it. Then they had to talk them into it. And then they said, okay. And then the Big West said, no, we don't want you.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
So they've had to fight their way to get where they are.
Let's keep them in the Big West for a little bit.
Let's bring them to the new Pac-12. Why not?
Yeah.
Create a little city rivalry with the Aztecs.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, but it won't happen. The Aztecs would probably squash that.
Because they don't want to lose?
No, because they don't want to share recruiting.
Oh, good
That's
point.
why USC and UCLA would never let San Diego State into the Pac-10.
Because they don't want to split.
They didn't want to lose their recruits that were from San Diego.
It's always about who's going to lose what now.
That's what it is about, sir. All right, Aztec fans, by the way, Mark Zigler in the 3 o'clock hour.
Yeah, we're equal opportunity college basketball programs.
Daily Gambit's next.
Joseph Musgrove in the building.
Give him a round of applause, everyone.
What's up? It's not a bad setup right here, huh?
No, not at all. Not at all. How you doing, Joe?
I feel great, man. Yeah, really good. Excited.
I heard you say on the stage today, 2 months away from throwing a baseball.
Yeah.
What are those 2 months going to be like for you?
A lot of patience, you know. I've been working really hard, man. Been really diligent with the rehab. The strengthening stuff has all been, you know, right on par. I've kind of hit every checkpoint with ease. And that was something that was told to me early on is like, you know, really give it the time that you need on the front end. You don't throw for 6 months regardless. So, you know, don't try to go out and be a hero and get yourself throwing in 4 months. Just, you know, do all the rehab, hit all the checkpoints, and then, you know, maybe make up some time on the back end, you know, once I'm consistently throwing. So strength feels really good. It's just, you know, getting the shoulder moving again and back in like certain ranges before I start playing catch.
For those who may not know, I don't think it was ever going to be in question whether Joe was going to attack his rehab the way he has already started to attack it. This is one of the most hard-working people I've ever been around. But this is new territory for you.
Yeah.
I mean, you are a guy who I consider well-educated on anything he's about to walk through.
Yeah.
What was your education like leading up to surgery? I know you must have talked to a billion people. You don't leave stones unturned.
Yeah.
What was that like, getting yourself prepared for this surgery?
Yeah, I got a notebook full of pages of you know, conversations, phone calls, doctor visits. I, you know, vetted 3-4 different doctor options. Called everybody I knew that had, you know, had Tommy John. Called guys that had had it twice, and you know what the difference was the second time around compared to the first. So
this is your first, correct?
my first one, yeah. So I feel like I've done, you know, every bit of the homework that I could. I feel like I was as prepared and as, you know, educated on, you know, the process as possible. And now it's just, you know, putting the, you know, the lessons that I've learned from other people and their experiences, along with, you know, the feel and the trust that I have for myself.
We're talking to Joe Musgrove here on 97.3 The Fan. And Joe, last year you called into our show, and
yeah, there we go.
you played a prank on me, and it was a really good prank because my heart stopped a beat for a second, and it still does. But I appreciate you doing that. This is the first time we've actually been able to talk about it.
A little locker room talk. It's all good, baby.
I told him, I told these folks that his eyes almost popped out of his head when Joe got on that phone.
Well, yeah, when I'm told I can't come into the clubhouse, it's a little concerning, considering, you know, I'm not that crazy of a guy, but
no,
anyway.
you're good by us down there. You're
Okay,
welcome
good.
whenever.
All right. I just wanted to ask you about the mental side of things, because it's got to be hard knowing you're coming into the year you're not going to pitch.
Right.
But you still have to keep working. How do you stay in that zone?
I think, you know, first off, it's a little bit of a relief. It's a chance to kind of step back from, you know, the constant mentality and approach of like being on edge and getting ready and prepared, and just the stresses that, you know, any ball player deals with on the day-to-day of like mechanics feeling out of whack, or as spring gets closer, maybe you haven't hit the checkpoints that you want to hit, or things aren't, you know, as consistent as you like it to be. So not having to deal with those stresses has been super nice. You know, I've been able to focus on life a little bit, got engaged, you know,
Congrats.
got a new home, made some moves. Yeah, so it's been really good. And I think, you know, once I had the surgery, I knew what was ahead of me and, you know, how long the road was. And, you know, it took a little while to get to a good headspace, but I feel like I'm in a great spot now. And, you know, I was saying earlier out on the stage, you know, I'm not I'm not claiming to be Superman, but I really believe in my ability to heal and, my ability to, to push my body and get it ready. So I'm preparing and shooting for a return in the postseason at some point. And if, we're a month away from that and I realize it's a long shot, I'm completely fine with, sitting out and, preparing for 26. But I keep myself busy, man. I've really tried to be an extension of the coaching staff and, provide, assistance and help and, experience and, things that help these younger guys and, some of our guys that are transitioning to a starting role, help their careers grow. So, keep myself busy and keeping tasks, to have, at my fingertips, things to work on has been a good relief for me.
Joseph Musgrove in the building.
Give him a round of applause, everyone.
It's not a bad setup right here, huh?
No, not at all. Not at all. How you doing, Joe?
I feel great, man. Yeah, really good. Excited.
I heard you say on the stage today, 2 months away from throwing a baseball.
Yeah.
What are those 2 months going to be like for you?
A lot of patience, I've been working really hard, man. Been really diligent with the rehab. The strengthening stuff has all been, right on par. I've kind of hit every checkpoint with ease. And that was something that was told to me early on is like, really give it the time that you need on the front end. You don't throw for 6 months regardless. So, don't try to go out and be a hero and get yourself throwing in 4 months. Just, do all the rehab, hit all the checkpoints, and then, maybe make up some time on the back end, once I'm consistently throwing. So, strength feels really good. It's just, getting the shoulder moving again and back in like certain ranges before I start playing catch.
For those who may not know, I don't think it was ever going to be in question whether Joe was going to attack his rehab the way he has already started to attack it. This is one of the most hard-working people I've ever been around. But this is...
All right, welcome back to the program. Chris Ello, Matt Skraby together today in the Odyssey Palace Studios. Skraby will have a Friday edition of the Skraby Chronicles.
It is packed.
Is it lit?
I stayed up a little bit too late last night building
ready?
out the Skraby show.
All right, good. Look forward to it tonight.
Yes.
I won't look forward to it.
You know what? I have a question for you because people ask me this question all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea.
Right.
Have you ever listened to the Skraby show?
Yes. I listened to it at the early stages,
but not
to make sure that
lately.
you were, getting the job done.
Oh, you were checking in on me.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But in the overall question, I did listen because I wanted to hear how you sounded. But the overall response is I listen to no sports talk radio. Is that weird? Like none. I don't.
You listen to the morning show. You say when you go to get gas.
Yeah, when I get
stuff.
gas in the morning, I'll flip them on for 15 minutes when I go that early. But I'm not a sports talk. Let's be honest. I'm a sports talk radio fan, but I don't want to hear what everybody else has to say. I want to feel like whatever I might say is fresh. I don't want to take an idea from somebody else, so I don't listen to it. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, this is something I've known for like 7 years, so it's not new to me. It's new to the listeners.
Right.
I like to listen to people because it spurs my brain into different angles.
Right.
Like
a lot of these sports talk radio hosts are really outstanding and excellent at what they do, but I don't care to listen to what they have to say. I know.
Don't say it like that. Don't say you don't care to listen.
I don't want anything to preconceive how I'm going to attack my show.
It's like a movie.
And I'm worried that
it's like a movie, Chris.
I'm worried that if I listen to, somebody else, I might be, I might, have a preconceived way of doing something.
Why? But why can't you hear it and be like, you know what? Okay, I'm on point. Like if you're listening to a national guy. Because if a national sports talk show host says something exactly the way I'd want to say it, I don't feel like I could say it. Why? I don't get that.
Because they already said it.
But who cares? No one's listening to that national.
How do you know?
Okay, people are listening to the national host, but they're not going to put two and two together. It could be your genuine thought. Doesn't mean that you stole it from someone unless you're a comedian.
All right, we got I don't know how else to go here, so that's just what I do.
Okay.
And I'm not likely to change.
No, you're not. That's why I've accepted it. What do you listen to in the car?
I don't watch the TV sports talk show hosts either. The Stephen A. Smiths of the world. I don't
Yeah,
watch
you
them
don't like-
either.
You don't like him.
Yeah, I do. Oh, he's good.
Oh,
What I hear, like, tweeted out
yeah,
clips.
Yeah.
If he has a subject that I'm interested in, I might, click on it and listen. So Stephen A. Smith's right on the money most of the time, but I don't watch those shows.
You know
They don't
who-
interest me.
You know who on our show is the biggest sports talk listener?
The guy that's not here.
Mr. Phantom Gwynn Jr.
He likes
right now.
those shows.
He loves them. He watches all of them when he's doing stuff in the morning.
I managed to hate Skip Bayless without actually watching him. I just couldn't stand what I perceived to be him.
You are a different person.
I'm a little wacky.
Yep.
There's no question.
Yep.
All right, let's hit the Daily Gambit. Skraby continues to win a ton of fake money this week.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo! If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in the Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly.
What do you expect, by the way, in the world of weird, from somebody who takes little miniature football helmets and sets them up to face each other
That's a good point.
each week of the NFL season?
It's a good point. Also,
What do you expect? I mean, I'm a crazy person.
yep.
Right,
I was
come on.
trying to think of something else, but we'll move
You don't
on,
need
I'm
to
sure.
add to that.
Okay.
I'm crazy.
All right, last night we made a bet on USD and Pacific, the men, and it was Pacific minus 4.5. Now, I was misled because we made this bet during the game.
Pacific was leading by, I think, 3 at the time.
And yeah, it doesn't really matter. Ended up the USD men won that game 81-77, so Chris wins that bet.
And USD plays Loyola later today in
Okay.
the second round. They've got a long way to go from 5-26 to reach the NCAA tournament, but the dream is alive.
The dream is alive.
Correct.
All right, next one was UCSD, the Tritons. We just talked about them. They were 22-point favorites over
Long Beach State.
Long Beach State. Thank you. UCSD won, but they did not cover, so we lose this bet 70-63.
Now, it's a little, they've been blowing everybody out by like 40, 50 points. Didn't happen last night.
Yeah, this is a close game for them.
Close for them, but still comfortable. They win by 7. Don't beat the spread. But look, the Aztecs have hardly beat the spread at all this year. But
Yeah.
they keep winning, and that's all that matters.
It's true. The Iowa women were 1.5-point favorites over Michigan State, and Chris went Michigan State, I went Iowa, and finally my hatred for Michigan State paid off. Iowa wins comfortably 74-61.
Can I ask why you hate Sparty?
Because I always lose when I bet for them. When I back them, I
Oh.
always lose every single time.
I did not realize.
And same with the NCAA tournament. If I pick them to go deep in the tournament, they're going to lose first or second round.
I will say that always seems to be true with Tom Izzo's team, because Michigan State is a team that a lot of people always back in the NCAA tournament because Tom
Yeah.
Izzo is always good.
Yeah,
But man, there are
they're disappointing.
there are instances when they get knocked out early and you feel like a dummy.
Yeah, and then that's why I don't like Sparty. Knicks at Lakers last night. Lakers were 3-point favorites in this one. It went to OT.
Yeah.
We both chose the Lakers, and the Lakers won in OT 113-109, so we win the bet there.
It was really a spectacular game. I watched the fourth quarter and overtime, and it was spectacular because there were star players, and they all showed out. Jalen Brunson scored 39 points. He scored every single point the Knicks had in overtime. He then turned his ankle so badly that he could barely walk to the locker room.
Yeah,
But before he walked to the locker room, he went to the free throw line and made 2 free throws.
I love guys like that.
And then he walked off.
yeah,
So he did everything he could. Luka made a 3-point shot in overtime that was beyond absurd.
yep.
And,
Yes, he did.
And LeBron was doing his thing. And the Lakers just keep winning. I mean, that's 8 in a row.
Basically, I mean, LeBron, if you look at their stat lines, LeBron and Luka are almost identical. And we made some bets last night for number of points scored between Luka and LeBron, who would score more. Luka was -2 on the spread. He had 32 points. -2 is 30. Chris bet on Luka. I bet on LeBron. LeBron had 31 points.
Yeah,
so,
it was close.
Yeah, it was very
but
close.
LeBron won that.
Who scored more, Trae Young or Zion Williamson? Don't even know why I backed Zion whatsoever. Chris went Trae Young. I went Zion. Trae Young had 22. Zion had 20. All right. Then Peyton Pritchard, over under 19 points last night. We both
19 and a half.
19 and a half. We both said, oh, well, that makes us win. We said under, he had 19.
Yeah. It really is ridiculous how close they are on this stuff.
Like, if you were to ask me, how many points is Peyton Pritchard going to score?
19 and a half.
Yeah, what?
And they're right on the money.
It's ridiculous. I have one announcement real quick before we move into our bets. We have our Gwynn and Chris bracket challenge sign up right now. Go to 973thefansd.com. You will see the blog post on the front page. It's going to take you to a Google form. Now, since I messed up the Eliminator Challenge and I could not contact anyone, we're collecting your information so that I can contact you throughout the proceedings.
We want to know who wins these things.
Yeah, we want to be able to give you
We did a survivor pool with the NFL, but the
ESPN didn't allow me to
ESPN
see
site,
anybody's contact information.
Right, we know who we know what entry won. We just didn't know who that entry belonged to.
Done our best to try to find it on the air, but we
never
cannot find this person. So this is why we need your information. It will not be used for anything other than NCAA
we're just gonna have some
updates.
fun with it.
So 973thefansd.com, click on that blog post, enter the Google form.
And if you have a rich sounding zip code, Skraby and I may show up for lunch.
Yes, me too.
All right. No, we're not going to use anything.
No. I'm going to be looking.
You are going to be looking?
No,
okay,
of course
great.
not. Of course not.
All right, here we go today. Let's start with USD because they're playing Loyola now. Can they keep it going? Loyola's favored by 7.5 over the Toreros. I'd love to back the Toreros, but I'm not going to in this game. First, they had to play yesterday. They're probably a little tired. Second, what I saw didn't really impress the hell out of me. I think they just, they were 11th place. They beat the 10th place. So I'm going to go with Loyola. Sorry.
All right.
Sorry, Steve Lavin.
I'm going to go with Loyola as well.
Okay. So you let me take all the heat, and then you just pick the same way.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Yeah. I was here's why I picked Loyola. I applied to Loyola when I was
LMU?
applying to colleges.
LMU.
Lions.
Yes, they are. Boise State tonight, 5.5 over Colorado State. This is a big game for Aztecs fans. The loser of this game between Boise State and Colorado State almost certainly will play the Aztecs in the 4-5 game at the Mountain West tournament.
Okay.
So keep an eye on this game. The winner of this game is going to improve their NCAA chances. The loser could then hurt the Aztecs' chances in Las Vegas. Who you got here? Boise State minus 5.5. At home.
I'm going to take Boise State.
Boise State, the Aztecs beat them twice. I don't want them to have to play them a third time, so I'll take Boise State to win this. I hope the Aztecs draw Colorado State. UCLA women, number 2 in the nation, 15.5 over Nebraska. That's the Big Ten quarterfinal. UCLA should not mess around. They win comfortably. They want to hang on to a number 1 overall seed, so they're not going to trip up here.
I'll be a Husker for a night.
You're going to go Huskers.
Yep.
You got them. Clippers are 7 over the Knicks. It's obviously in L.A. where the Knicks were last night.
Yeah.
Different arena.
Yeah.
No Jalen Brunson this time.
Yeah.
That's the thing that hurts the Knicks.
I am going to go with the Clippers. Knicks have a lot stacked against them.
You're not feeling it for the Knicks. James Harden had 50 the other night. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, 30. He's only like the 4th player ever over the age of 35 to score 50 in a game.
I got to say, he's been pretty quiet lately.
Had 50, James Harden did.
So you going Clippers?
No, I'm going to take Cat. It's going to come alive tonight. Keep the Knicks in the game. Cleveland goes for its, 38th win in a row. Cavalanche, yes. They're 16-point favorites at Charlotte. Charlotte's one of the worst teams in the league. 16 points is so many, though. This is an NBA game. You should never have a spread like this. Come on, Charlotte. You got to stay close at home just for your home fans. I'll take Charlotte plus 16.
I'm Cavalanching.
You're going with the
16-point favorite Cavs.
They're not the Cavalanche. Our
The Cadavers.
our listener or our chat guy yesterday had the better name, the Avaliers.
Oh yeah, the Avaliers. I do remember
He
that.
combined it the other way. Tomorrow night, Celtics 6 over the Lakers
Celtics are 6 over the Lake
in
Show.
Boston.
In Boston?
So that means the Lakers had to fly cross country today
No, last night.
or last night, right? But to play
They did-
Boston,
They flew a red eye last night.
I'm sure they. Well, it's a private flight. It's not.
Still a red eye.
Not. Yeah. Well, true enough. A red eye with beds on it.
Yes, a very luxurious
Yes.
red eye. Lakers are playing too good. LeBron's playing too good. Luka's playing too good. I'm going Lakers.
It's hard to bet against the Lakers right now, but I'll take Boston. I hate Boston, but when they're hitting their threes, it's just ridiculous. Finally, the best team in the NHL record-wise, Winnipeg, on the road, -1.5 at New Jersey. New Jersey's good, so they'll keep it close.
They're still the Devils?
Yeah, the hockey teams don't just randomly change their nicknames.
Oh, I just
They
figured,
were the Devils. They're still the Devils.
I just
yes.
figured. Oh, okay, fine. Jeez.
Well, I mean, would you expect them to change the name?
I expect someone to be upset that they're named the Devils, and at some point they had to change
fair enough.
their name.
Okay, I get that.
That's why I was saying.
All
that.
right, that's a good point. I think that maybe that should happen.
I don't think that should happen, but I just.
Who are you
brought it.
taking, the Jets?
Thanks.
You like to take the Jets, don't you?
Jets, Jets.
All right, more Gwynn and Chris right around the corner. Gave you the 13 Padres players who will be on the opening day roster. Next, I'll give you the 13 pitchers. Stick around after traffic.
Well, Dylan, I think the first obvious question: long hair, long beard. Have you had a shave since the last game of the season?
I don't think so.
Man,
I don't think so.
That's great. That's
Why
great.
is that?
Just changing it up. Why not? You know?
Okay. All right. I'm jealous of the beard because I'm a guy who likes to grow a beard, but your beard, how long did that take to grow?
I think this is 3 months, maybe.
3
Now,
months.
now
Okay.
is this going to stay as we get into spring? Are you going to keep it? Because I don't think I've ever seen you. I've seen the beard before. I don't think I've ever seen the hair.
No, I haven't had hair like this since I was 12. I'll probably keep it. We'll see how it performs, really.
That's the key.
That's-
Is
that's the
how
biggest
does it
thing.
perform?
That's the biggest thing.
Speaking of perform, how you feeling, man? Obviously, spring training right around the corner. Pitchers and catchers report. This is the time of year where the green light goes on again.
Yeah, I feel good. Working on a bunch of different stuff. Biggest thing is really just getting the body to feel good and getting ramped up. But I feel like I'm on track.
How do you deal in terms of getting yourself ready each and every year? You know, ball players are notorious for always trying to figure out how to get a little bit better. You're probably one of the most consistent guys in our league. Is there as much a focus on finding ways to get better, or is the focus how to continue on the path that you've been on, which is a guy who can get in a lot of innings every year?
I mean, I guess it kind of depends on what part of the off season I'm in, and you know what I'm trying to work on. Like specifically this off season, I've made a little mechanical adjustment, tinkering with some new pitches. But the bulk of it is just getting my body ready. Really, I mean that's the main focus, main priority. So I kind of know where I need to be in terms of like my velocity and bullpens and building up and all that. So I always like to think I'm adding. I'm definitely working on new pitches and exciting stuff like that. So, but at the end of the day, I kind of know that my four-seamer and my slider and my curveball are kind of going to be my main pitches.
Right.
So it's like no matter what, that's my base and foundation, and everything from there is just tinkering and just seeing if I can get a little bit better.
We're talking to... All of a sudden, my mic over there.
There you go.
Sorry. We're talking to Dylan Cease here,
Don't
Padres
panic.
starting pitcher. I wasn't panicking.
You look like you panicked.
I was panicking for one half.
He made me panic.
Did I look like I panicked?
You panicked a little bit, that's
all
all
right.
right.
Well, if Dylan says I panicked, then I panicked. I'm going to have to ask the question about, and I know you've been asked this today, but your name has been a part of a lot of trade rumors this year. I think Padres fans want you to stay here in San Diego. See, right there? How do you deal with that? Because I would imagine that would be hard.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it's my second year in a row dealing with it, so I got experience now. just part of the business, I guess. Really, wherever I go, I'm gonna make the best of the opportunity. I love San Diego and I want to be here, so it's like if I don't go anywhere, I love it here. And if they trade me, then I just have to go make the best of it wherever I go.
Now, Dylan, you talked a little bit about working on new pitches and mechanics. For you, how long does a mechanical change take to be something where you don't have to think about it anymore?
Yeah, and that depends. This specific scenario, I'm working on an upper half thing, a glove thing. So I don't know. It's kind of new territory for me.
Yeah. So you're kind of figuring it out as you go.
Yeah, but it really gets to the point where it feels good, and then from there it's just ramping up the intensity. And because anytime you do something at a higher power, higher speed,
yeah,
it's like a new feeling altogether. So I can sit and train it one way, but until I'm throwing 98 with it.
Doing it in game speed, yeah.
And a lot of it, is kind of like learning my body, and then I'll throw a pitch and it's like, oh, that didn't come out the way I wanted it to. Like specifically if I'm throwing a four-seam fastball and I'm trying to throw it just through somebody, but it's yanked, it's like, okay,
yeah, something
happened right there. I don't know, something came off. I didn't use my
legs. You could just feel something different about
it. And then you see the shape of the pitch. So a lot of it's just gaining feedback from what the ball's doing and then trying to manipulate my body to see like, oh, okay, when I do this, the ball goes this way, and just see if I can't ingrain that.
Well, Dylan, I think the first obvious question, long hair, long beard, have you had a shave since the last game of the season?
I don't think so.
Man.
I don't think so.
That's great.
Why is that?
Just changing it up. Why not? You know?
Okay. All right. I'm jealous of the beard because I'm a guy who likes to grow a beard, but your beard, how long did that take to grow?
I think this is 3 months, maybe.
3 months.
Now,
okay.
is this going to stay as we get into spring? Are you going to keep it? Because I don't think I've ever seen you. I've seen the beard before. I don't think I've ever seen the hair.
No, I haven't had hair like this since I was 12. I'll probably keep it. We'll see how it performs, really.
That's the key.
That's
how does it perform?
That's the biggest thing.
Speaking of perform, how you feeling, man? Obviously, spring training right around the corner, pitchers and catchers report. This is the time of year where the green light goes on again.
Yeah, I feel good. Working on a bunch of different stuff. Biggest thing is really just getting the body to feel good and getting ramped up. But I feel like I'm on track.
How do you deal in terms of getting?
All right, welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. 3:21 is the time. Opening day roster for the Padres. We only have 20 days for till opening.
Is it March
day.
27th?
Yeah.
Wow.
20 days.
Oh my goodness. That's wow.
Countdown's going on right now.
We're going to be at spring training next week in their final week.
20, 19,
2-0?
18. Yeah, we're close. 20.
Man,
that's it.
I'm excited. I'm tired of the spring training stuff. I'm
Me
ready
too.
for it to be done.
Especially since the Padres are like
not even competing for a Cactus League this year.
They're the worst team in all of spring training. They're the worst record of anybody in the league.
Worse than the White Sox?
Let's see. They were tied with the White Sox as of yesterday. Let me see if that's changed. Skraby.
Well, they haven't played a game today, so.
Well, the Padres didn't play. I was thinking that the White Sox might have played, but they're also both teams are 3-10. As I mentioned yesterday, though, run differential worst in all of spring training. Padres. No, wait, Marlins just passed them. Marlins are minus 35. Padres are minus 34.
Do you think it's possible the Marlins break the White Sox record for most losses
this
in
year?
a season?
No.
Marlins are awful.
They got Alcantara. That's enough. He'll win 17 games.
Okay. I think they're going to rival it because they are awful.
Really?
They're so bad. They didn't invest in anyone this year. I think their payroll this year, right now, is lower than what they had in 2005.
Well, the organization is a disaster.
Yes.
I mean, Kim Ng was maybe the greatest thing that ever happened to that organization.
And then they ousted her. And Derek Jeter.
She got them to the playoffs that one year.
That's true.
It was a short season, but not the short season. Again, in 2022, she got them.
Yep.
The Marlins made the playoffs that year.
I'm surprised no one's hired her by now.
A little surprised. I mean, she might be doing something somewhere that we're not aware of.
She is, but I would think another team would come calling to have her be their GM. At some point.
I'm looking down the roster. Ryan Weathers.
I read about him today. He's developed a few more pitches.
Cal
They
Quantrill.
said they're very excited about Ryan Weathers.
Cal Quantrill. It's not much of a lineup. No, you might be right, but I don't think the White Sox did last year was like heroically historic.
Heroically.
Yeah, it's not going to be matched for a while. All right, we gave you the 13 position players, at least who we think. Angered all the Tirso Ornelas fans out there because I didn't include Tirso in my final 13.
Yep.
Here's my 13 pitchers. I think it's pretty cut and dry on 12 of them. So I don't see a lot of openings left, and a lot of guys are fighting for that. But you got Cease and King and Darvish and Pavetta. Those four are locks.
Yeah.
You got Suarez, got Jason Adam. By the way, Jason Adam in spring training so far has faced 9 batters. None of them have gotten on.
I like that.
I mean, this guy is such an automatic 1, 2, 3 inning. Jorge Estrada? Jeremiah Estrada, my bad. 13 strikeouts in a row last year. Still one of the highlight moments of the entire year for me.
Some people think that he's going to have a major breakout year.
Well, I wouldn't. What was last year? Was that not a breakout
he
for
got
him?
sick in the middle of the year, and then after he came back from being sick, he wasn't the same guy. But when he was on, he was great.
Unhittable, as those 13 strikeout victims found out.
Yes.
That's 3 in the bullpen. Morejon, Matsui, Peralta, 3 lefties. That's 6. I think Alec Jacob is 7. Hoying would be the 8th in the bullpen, but he's going to be hurt to start the year.
Yep.
So that leaves the 5th starter spot, and it leaves the long reliever slot.
Yes.
And I think Waldron will be the 5th starter, and I think the long reliever will be either, whoever they want to choose, Vasquez or Kyle Hart. And I think Vasquez has opened the door because he hasn't pitched great in spring.
He has not. And Kyle Hart, the
Kyle
few
Hart
times we've
made
seen
it,
him,
well,
has looked good.
Today was his first one.
No, I thought he pitched.
I thought this was his first. Let me double check.
Maybe, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was his first.
All right, I was seeing stuff on the backfields then.
Right, he'd been pitching on the backfields.
Okay.
But this today was his first outing, and it doesn't count on the stat sheet because they didn't even play.
No, I can't even find
game.
his stats, which is unfortunate.
Well, he doesn't have any.
Oh, I mean, he did work 2 innings.
Yes, but it's not on the stats because the game was ended. But when I mentioned Vasquez, 4 innings, 12 hits. That's left the door open for Kyle Hart.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't see, there's a lot of other names there. Marinaccio, who I think a lot of people were high on. 4 1/3 innings, 4 runs. He's not been great. Stephen Kolek, he's been pitching pretty well. 5 shutout innings so far for Kolek. I don't think he's enough to beat out Waldron yet.
They did say they wanted to stretch him out.
They could put him in that long reliever spot to begin with.
That's a good point.
But I think better for Kolek would be to start every 4th day in the minor leagues and get used to that routine.
True.
And then if you need him, bring him up. Nobody asked me, but that's what I would do.
No, I don't think that's, I have no issues with your pitching.
Ryan Bergert was the opening spring day starter. There's a bunch of other names, right?
Yeah, but I think
Tom Cosgrove, who's been here before. I think Cosgrove's in a numbers game. There's just 3 lefties that are ahead of him, and they're not going to not make the team. They're all going to make the team.
You think Wandy Peralta's a shoo-in?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, from what he's accomplished in his career. I'm
looking at what happened last year.
I know you're only looking at that. They're looking at body of work.
But I don't understand why they can't say this is what he gave us, the latest data that he gave us. Like, okay, great. He was great. What, 6 years ago? How does that matter?
Boy, you're tough.
Oh, okay, Mr. Weather Hater over there.
2022, 21, 2, and 3. He had an ERA under 3 each year for the Yankees. 24 went up to 3.99, but his WHIP was actually better last year than the year before.
All I remember is
Peralta
the Rockies
will
game.
be in there.
All I remember is the Rockies.
You
game.
tend to remember one bad outing, and then you.
That was a terrible day in 2024 Padres history.
Yeah. So what? There'll be at least 75 of those again this year, Skrabe, or 70. Even if you have a great season, 92 and 70, that means you're going to have 70 rotten days. Get used to it.
I can handle a loss. Like if the other team has a walk-off and the Padres are right there playing well, I can handle that.
All right.
It's the 8-run lead that they had in Colorado last year that they gave up.
I'm in big trouble.
Why?
Because we have a countdown coming up next. And
we have Mark Zigler coming up next.
Oh, good. I need more time for my countdown. So
you need more time to think of things that make you happy.
Yes, I haven't found it too many so far. Yes, Mark Zigler, Aztec basketball. Also going to touch on this SDFC controversy with Mr. Zigler. He's always good. He's next.
Ben and Woods on the Fan.
I think first you can have that belief when you put the kind of work in that you do, that your body's going to heal right, and just trusting it. You talked about being an extension of the coaching staff. I would guess that's going to be even more so this year with you not being able to actually do the physical part.
Yeah.
Is there something that you've tried to do this offseason to kind of get you into that mode in terms of being that extension? Because the reality is, although your arm might be useless in 25 this year, your mind's not going to be. And there's still a lot of guys, especially the ones who may be vying for your spot in the rotation, that could lean on you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's my job to help prepare these guys the best I can. And like guys like Waldron, guys like Randy Vasquez, Johnny Brito, those are guys that are, have really good stuff and are not far away from, being, middle of the rotation to top half, starting pitchers.
Yeah.
So trying to share some things. That's something we talk about all the time in the clubhouse is like, you bring something to the table on the field, every day. That's kind of what brings you here and gets you to this level. But, days that you're not playing as a starting pitcher, that's, a majority of our days. You pitch once every 5 days. So making sure you bring something to the table is, something we always talk about. So even though, like you said, I'm not going to be physically on the field pitching, I got to find a way to contribute. And a lot of that's just been, better communication with the staff. And I'm really excited this year to be able to sit in more of the coaches' meetings and see how they game plan and how they, come about their approach to certain teams. And I feel like when I come back in 26, I'm going to have a whole plethora of knowledge and things that I hadn't experienced before to add into my game. So.
I just have to say this. I played with a lot of guys, and not all of them are going to take as serious as Joe is taking this part serious, which is getting into those coaches' meetings. Coaches are here a lot earlier than the players, especially during spring training. So the fact that he's going to be willing to do that, I think that's awesome, man. That's what separates you from a lot of these other guys out there.
Right. We're talking to Joe Musgrove here, Padres pitcher, 97.3 The Fan. And I have to ask from the fan perspective, because Tony every day on the show, whenever a team in the National League West signs a new big-name player, all of us fans are kind of like, why? And Tony says it doesn't matter. They still have to go out and play the games. Right. When you see that happen, how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's a different perspective as a player. Our job is, our goal doesn't change regardless of whether we add, and that stuff's, out of our control. So you never want to sit here going into an offseason saying, we're going to be fired up if we get this guy and this guy, and not if we don't get this guy. So you look at our team, and a lot of people see all the moves being made and don't see us making moves, and it seems like a mismatch in the division. All these other teams are adding, but you look at our roster, I mean, we spent a lot of money over the last handful of years and committed a lot of guys to be here long term, and the value in having those guys return every year and continue to build that relationship and that growth is every bit as valuable as adding a new free agent. So I think with the progress we made last year, and you guys will never understand how we feel. I'm sure you can see a little bit of it on the field and how we carry ourselves and, the camaraderie and stuff, but you'll never truly understand just how close that group got last year. And although we didn't, achieve the ultimate goal of winning the World Series, we grew a ton as a team. We grew a ton as, a unit. And I'm super excited that we got most of these guys coming back. We got the whole staff coming back, and we can kind of pick up where we left off.
Well, last one for me, because you kind of just hit on it, and I think it's so important. The continuity, right? This is, year maybe 3-4 of this nucleus being together. How much of an impact can that have on a team, having guys who have been in the locker room together for so long?
Yeah, a ton. And, Schulte's big thing is shared experiences. We got guys from all over the league, some guys that are new and have experienced things that most rookies don't, and some guys that have been around 10-plus years that have, been in championship locker rooms and been around the best of the best. So sharing those experiences with each other and helping each other grow along the way, not just, providing, assistance and coaching, but like sharing experiences and helping guys grow a little bit through what you've been through is a big thing for us.
Joe Musgrove, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good one we got here, man. Joe, appreciate you, brother.
Thanks so much, Joe.
Pleasure, man.
Quick healings and enjoy the rest of your day,
sir.
man.
You guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
I mean, I think first you can have that belief when you put the kind of work in that you do, that your body's going to heal right, and just trusting it. You talked about being an extension of the coaching staff. I would guess that's going to be even more so this year with you not being able to actually do the physical part.
Yeah.
Is there something that you've tried to do this offseason to kind of get you into that mode in terms of being that extension? Because the reality is, although your arm might be useless in 25 this year, your mind's not going to be. And there's still a lot of guys, especially the ones who may be vying for your spot in the rotation, that could lean on you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's my job to help prepare these guys the best I can. And like guys like Waldron, guys like Randy Vasquez, Johnny Brito, those are
back next week.
I have a programming note for Monday.
All right.
Chris is going to be traveling because the Aztecs women's are playing in their Mountain West Conference tournament game.
Correct.
Tony Gwynn Jr. coming back from chaperoning the soccer team to Florida. So it will be Sammy and Skraby on Monday.
You want me to check in?
No.
No. You don't want you want no part of me.
No. If you want to check in, you can check in, but you were the one who determined you could not do it. So
it's going to be difficult. The game that I'm calling Monday for the women is at 2:30, which is smack dab in the middle of this show.
Yeah.
But
we'll be updating on it. We'll be
very
updating.
Good. I appreciate
another
that.
edition of Sammy and Skraby.
Sammy and Skraby on Monday. All right. So
someone told me recently that Sammy and Skraby, the feel of the show is like a road trip movie.
That's a good thing.
I know it's definitely a good thing. And I didn't think about it that way. And then I was like, you know what? I could see Sam and I doing like, Dude, Where's My Car? Being that movie or something like that.
Road trip movies go all the way back to the day to like Bing Crosby and people like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's not a new idea.
It's
Road
not
Trip,
a new.
The movie was not the first time it was made.
Yeah, road trip movies go back to there was a whole. Let me. Do you have to play? Oh no, we have Zigler.
Yeah, we have Zigler.
I want to just look at who is Bing Crosby. He always road tripped with somebody. Not coming up. So somebody might be able to tell me while we get Zigler on the show. But I'm looking forward to talking to Mark because the Aztecs and they got Saturday night tomorrow. They honestly can't lose the game. They just can't.
No.
And then if they win that, they can't lose the next one either.
No.
Zigler, after traffic.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Drive the Oil Change, your trusted instant drive the oil change. A couple of problems along northbound 5. One is this collision on the main division off ramp, and northbound 5 right before the 8. We are getting reports of a crash involving 2 or 3 vehicles. Everything's over to the right shoulder. North 5 coastline before Palomar Airport Road, getting reports of some debris in middle lane. Stop by any of the 30 San Diego Valvoline Instant Oil Change centers. You don't have to get out of your car. It usually only takes 15 minutes or less. Plus, get a free courtesy check of your tires and battery. Visit SoCalOilChange.com for directions and discounts. SoCalOilChange.com. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, I did find it, but somebody chatted it also.
Yeah, but you can say it.
Back this happened all the way in the 40s, Scrape. So, we're going back.
Okay.
There was 7 films that were all road trip movies, and they starred Bing Crosby and Bob Hope.
Ah, that would be a fun pairing.
It was, might have been back in the day. I've never seen any of these movies, but Road to Singapore, Road to Zanzibar, Road to Morocco, Road to Utopia, Road to Rio, Road to Bali, and finally, Road to Hong Kong. I don't know that interests anybody out there, but it's just a little bit of trivia history. So road trip, you're in good company. Are you Bob Hope with the ski nose?
I don't know.
Are you White Christmas and Bing Crosby? I'm dreaming. Yeah, that's
I sometimes drive by the Bing Crosby Estates when I'm going to Escondido.
The closest I've ever got to Bing Crosby was walking by the Pebble Beach golf course, which used to be named the Bing Crosby Pro-Am.
It did, yes.
The one in Palm Springs, that's now in
Bob Hope.
Yeah, it's now not in Palm Springs. It's in
No, it's in La Quinta. Area, yeah.
Right. That used to be the Bob Hope.
Yes. I went to the Bob Hope many times.
And you remember who we had here in San Diego?
Who we had?
Yeah, we had our tournament in San Diego way back when.
The San Diego Open.
No, but we had a celebrity attached to it, like
Bob
Hope, Palm Springs, Bing Crosby, Pebble Beach.
Was it Arnold Palmer?
No, Arnold was a golfer at the time. They wouldn't have named the tournament after him.
That's a dumb guess.
The San Diego Open belonged to the name of Andy Williams.
That's it.
I know it's it.
They did it at Riverwalk. I remember learning all about this a long time ago.
Andy Williams, San Diego Open. Those were the days.
I don't think that course exists anymore. The one that's closest to Friars. There's a couple greens that they had on there that were diabolical. And I asked why those greens were so crazy. And they said because it was a PGA Tour course back in the day.
Right. Andy Williams, San Diego Open. A lot of them were named after celebrities around the tour. Are you getting Mark, or we're not ready yet?
Yes, I am. You got to talk, though.
I know. I'm trying to find what years it was actually called the Andy Williams. I'm not finding it. 1968 to 80. So it's 13 years. And then 2 more years, it was the Wicks Andy Williams Open. Then 2 more years, it was somebody else, Andy Williams. So Andy Williams was on the name from 1968 to 1988, 20 years. Andy Williams. Do I just keep talking?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a hold of him.
Oh, we're not getting a hold of him?
Sorry.
Sammy Davis had one. Sammy Davis. I forgot where his was. Anyway, those were the days of golf.
So we were talking Happy Gilmore the other day.
Yeah,
there's going
to be Happy Gilmore too.
Yeah, I think July 25th is the day it's coming out. I'm sorry, everybody.
We're just waiting for
the phones are just being ridiculous this week.
It's the phone that's not working.
I keep hitting enter and it calls nothing. I know I have meltdowns.
Should we have checked this in the break?
There's no reason to. We already called a guest once today.
Apparently, there was reason to. So it's not working.
But we already called a guest today.
Sammy Davis Jr. was the Greater Hartford Open. I don't know. This is not making me feel any better. Skraby is over there going, Mark, can you hear me? You sound like Alexander Graham Bell over there.
Okay, all right. I am dealing with a lot right now.
Seeing if the phone actually works.
I'm sorry for that. Excuse me, everybody.
Thank you to Mark Ziegler, as always.
Thank you very much.
Hopping on with us.
Yes.
Hi, Mark. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We are excellent. Thank you.
Technology's treated me better, but we'll move on.
Mark, I had nightmares on Tuesday night, all through the day Wednesday. And the name that kept flashing through my mind was Rish Wayne. Who in the hell was Rish Wayne? And then I read your article and come to find out not only does he was the guy who killed the Aztecs the other night, but that his brother actually is one of the student manager guys for the Aztecs.
Absolutely.
Incredible. And
small coincidence.
Yeah. And I didn't know because on TV I couldn't tell. Seemed to me Rish Wayne, every time he made a 3, which was often, he was glancing over at the Aztec bench. And I personally, as a viewer, was taking umbrage to that. But maybe he was looking at his brother for all I know. So
he might have been.
Yeah. But you mentioned that this has happened to the Aztecs a lot this year, where kind of no-name guys have huge games.
Yeah, and it's a weird thing because look, it's hard to you can't criticize their defense. They're 13th in the country in defensive efficiency. I mean, they've had an incredible defensive year with a young team that's had to learn the schemes, and what the coaches have done is absolutely, maybe their best coaching job ever in getting these guys to this level. But the one sort of flaw seems to be that big guards can get hot behind the arc and get going. I think it was the 18th time this year somebody's made 4 or more threes against them, and almost all of them, when I started looking at them, were all 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", a 7'10" pick and pop 4, and so they just seem to get hot. And once a guy gets hot, then it's really hard to defend him. And the other thing that Brian Dutcher says is, look, It's one thing if they're getting wide open threes, and that means we're not defending it well. We're not getting our rotations right. We're not closing out well. But if guys are hitting them step backs or off the dribble, instead of just a step in or catch and shoot, that's a totally different deal. And there's not much you can do. Those are actually shots you want them to take. And if they make them, more power to them. But, more often than not, guys are making them this year.
Yeah, Dexter Akano, the Utah State guy, did it to them. And the other night it was Rishwain. Mark, one last thing, and then we'll get into, not last thing, but the next thing that sticks to the Aztecs. And we've talked about it before. They commit like 10 fouls a game 40 feet from the basket. And I'd love to blame the officials for everything this year. And I have blamed a lot, but I can't blame them for everything. I mean, we keep reaching in and fouling guys and getting to 6 fouls 3 minutes into the half. And I mean, that just makes it almost impossible to play the rest of the game like that. And I know the coaches are working on this, but it's not changing.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we haven't seen with San Diego State. San Diego State plays very aggressively. You talk to any opposing coach, and the first thing they say is, "Oh, they're so physical." And I get it. You look at the team 2 years ago with guys like Adam Seiko and Matt Bradley were your guards. They look like linebackers, right? And AG and Nathan Mensah and Jaden Ledee coming off the bench. I mean, they're just bruising guys. Keyshawn Johnson. This team is much slighter, and they still play physical, but they're fouling a lot more. And I like to think a lot of that is just youth, not understanding. It's a very, very fine line between playing physical and then getting called for fouls. And a lot of opposing coaches talk about it. They're just like, well, gosh, they play so physical, but how do they don't get called for any fouls? Well, this year they're getting called for fouls.
Yeah.
And like you said, it gets the other team in the bonus. And what it does is when the other team's in the bonus, two things. Number one, they can attack the basket, and you're going to be more reluctant to stop them. And the second thing is hard to get a run because the other team can always get a free throw. Any foul is going to put them on the line, and they can get points there. Even if you shut them down and they hold them without a basket for 4 or 5 minutes, they can get some points off from the line, and that just makes it really hard to sustain. You'll see that particularly late, and talk about them not playing well late in halves. That's one of the reasons, and that's just something I think is going to have to come. Maybe it's personnel, but maybe it's also just youth, and that will change in future years.
Talking to Mark Zigler here on the San Diego Union Tribune, or from the San Diego Union Tribune on 97.3 The Fan. And Mark, I saw Miles Bird the other night in your story say that they knew exactly what was at stake when they played, and they knew that if they lost, it was going to hurt real bad. Is that something that you think they'll use for motivation, or is it going to allow more doubt to creep in?
Well, I asked Brian Dutcher after the game, I said, what's the mood of the team? And he says, well, I hope ornery. That was the word he used. They seemed yesterday at practice to be real motivated. They looked really tired, and Brian Dutcher pointed this out after the game. And they hadn't looked tired in the last few weeks. They looked like a team that was sort of getting its second wind, and I in fact wrote about how they had nobody on the team averaging 30 minutes a game, and every other team in the Mountain West did. And so they just seemed like, okay, we're getting our stride. We got our legs under us. We can play some heavier minutes now with our frontline guys and be more effective. And then all of a sudden they just like hit a wall, particularly in the second half against UNLV. They just looked powerless to do anything about UNLV. And I think a lot of it was that whole thing in Laramie. And I know we make a lot about altitude, but what happened when they had to spend that second night in Laramie is the beauty of chartering into altitude is you can get out of altitude. And the first night, I know this from experience when I go in altitude, the first night's okay, you can sleep pretty well. The second night, it's really hard to sleep because it's almost like it's sleep apnea. You're not getting the same oxygen levels to your brain. And so you wake up a lot more during the night, you get more dehydrated, and you just don't get a good night's sleep. And so they went from flying home and sleeping in their beds and then having 2 days to prep for UNLV to spending the night there, having a bad night's sleep, coming back, being exhausted. They had an NIL event that was pre-scheduled, and they didn't practice on Sunday. So they really had 1 day prep. They were tired, and it showed. And, we'll see if there's a carryover into this game or the fact that they got a day off on Wednesday, kind of recharge their bodies. They seem to have a really good practice yesterday, and it will change tomorrow night. But, I think that whole Laramie experience didn't help.
No, and I bring it up all the time on the show, but these are things that Duke never has to worry about. I know Duke is great, and they'd beat Wyoming if they went there, but it still would be something they weren't used to. You wrote about that a couple of weeks ago when Kansas went up to BYU and how they realized, hey, wait a minute, this is a different animal. Mark, as far as making the tournament, you kind of wrote the other day, they got to beat Nevada. They got to probably win a game in the Mountain West tournament because it's a 4-5, and the team they play is going to be trying to do the same thing they're doing. Should we stick with that thinking process right now?
Yeah, let's see who they're going to play in the 4-5. So Boise State hosts Colorado State tonight. The loser of that game, there's still some mathematical possibilities for other things, but for all intents and purposes, the loser of that game is going to play San Diego State in the 4-5 game on Thursday afternoon next week. And if it's Colorado State, I don't think Colorado State has the resume to pass the Aztecs. They're playing very well right now. But I don't think they do. They split the season series. Boise would be the more of the dangerous team, and some bracketologists have Boise in. I don't think the Mountain West is going to get more than 3 teams in after what happened last year, when the committee took 6 and only took 3 from the Big East and took 4 from the ACC, and the Big East and ACC just lost their minds. And you better believe that the committee heard about it. Many of those same people are still on the committee. And they're not going to do that again, at least at the expense of a Big East and an ACC team getting knocked off the bubble. So I would worry about Boise State breathing down their necks. But if they get Colorado State, which is probably the most likely thing, unless Colorado State can go into Boise and win, in which case they get Boise, I think that game's less of a concern as if they play Boise. And then that might be a play-in game to get into a playing game, so to speak. Yeah. That might be a game for the NCAA tournament. So let's see who they play first. But to feel comfortable, I think they've got to win both. If they win Saturday and lose on Thursday in the Mountain West tournament, it's going to be nervous time. But they still could get in, but I just don't think anybody will have any idea.
Mark, I hope I can change gears real quick. We got a few minutes left. And I hope I'm not hitting you out of deep left field with one here. But you're such a soccer guy and you know so much about soccer, and the home opener here Saturday night had the controversy of the yelling and the chant being made, and SDFC, it was an incredible night, the celebration and the fans and the atmosphere and the sellout. But going forward, is this something, unfortunately, we have to worry about? And is it because of our proximity to Mecca? Why did this happen? And is there, SDFC seemed like they did all the right things Saturday, but what can they do going forward?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think they'll sort it out. They'll get under control eventually. But I think a couple things were at work on Saturday. Number one, they really cater to a Mexican-American market, 18 to 35-year-old demographics. If anyone who went and saw the welcome party for Chucky Lozano, they ran out the Radio Shell. They had a Hispanic rapper, and they were really catering to that market. And that also is the market that doesn't really, in their world and their culture, and I'm not trying to defend them, I'm just saying in their culture, they don't think the P word is offensive.
Right.
And to them, it's like calling someone an a-hole, or a student section chanting BS, when a ref makes a call they don't like. And so you get those guys, they're drinking beer, they're feeling comfortable, and they're just, that's just something they do. And then when people tell them no, now it's the establishment telling us no, and we're going to keep doing it. And so I think I'm not surprised it happened, knowing what the demographics were in that stadium. They're going to have to rein that in. I also think it's a little bit of a cultural turf war, because that culture is very different from a very liberal city that's very accepting, is very much in line with DEI. It has rainbow flags in its fan section, and it's very open and inclusive. And so those two things kind of clash a little bit. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens. But they've done the right things. And what I just hope doesn't happen is that the group that they're sort of saying, don't say this, gets offended and just doesn't come to the games anymore, because that's not good for everybody. I think what we got to work towards here is everyone still come to the games and come to an understanding, and everyone can watch the games and not have anything offensive said or done. And hopefully we can get to that. But I don't think it will be immediate. I think you'll still hear it a little bit, but I don't think it will be in the numbers maybe that we heard at that first night.
Right. All right, Mark. It's going to be really interesting. But overall, and we've said it all week, because I don't want to just only focus on that one item, the SDFC, debut was fantastic, almost in every way. So
it really was.
Yeah.
It really was. And for this
they hit a
city
home
and
run there. Yeah.
Yep. And not to have the Chargers here and to have to fill a little bit of that sports void, I think it was healthy for everybody. And, we'll see, they're an expansion team. They're going to have a lot of startup growing pains, and that's just expected. And this was one, but in every other way, they really did, like you said, knocked it out of the park.
Right. All right, Mark. Well, I will leave you with this. I hope I'm in Las Vegas long enough to get to see you next week.
How long are you going to Las Vegas for?
For the women. They got to win a couple of games so that I can see you.
There you go.
Because you always get
very confident that will happen.
All right, I hope so.
What day are you going to be there, Mark?
Yeah, I don't know. Mark usually comes in on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay.
So hopefully I'll see
either
you.
Coming in Wednesday night or Thursday morning.
Oh, well, then that could be tougher to see him. Mark, thanks as always. Appreciate you.
All right, we'll talk to you guys.
Thanks, Mark.
Bye-bye. Mark Zigler right there. Well spoken on the SDFC chant. And, he's right. It was only a few people, but it's an important part of what they're catering to. So you have to be, work it out. It's just got to iron itself out, hopefully.
I've spent this last week just kind of learning about it because I didn't know much about it.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of not knowing much, Chris versus the Fans is next. I'll try to know something when we come back and give you a chance to go to Las Vegas. Stepping into the 4 o'clock hour. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr. will be back next week. Matt Skraby didn't go anywhere. He's right over there. And we continue here on Gwynn and Chris. Hope you're enjoying our Finally a Friday. You probably are enjoying it unless you are a weather person.
I'm not even going to engage.
Don't go there.
I'm not going to engage.
We'll leave it alone. All right, we got Chris vs. the Fans coming up here shortly. Don't forget, at 5:30 today, we'll call out the name of our biggest fan. If it's you, and I know everybody on the chat wants it to be them.
It's true.
You'll have 10 minutes to call in and qualify for the grand prize, 20 tickets for a night in the Odyssey Suite at a Padre game later this season. That's coming up at 5:30. Do we have anything else to give away today? The prize closet is tapped out.
I'm making sure. Yeah, I've looked at it earlier. I think really
today some Aztec tickets yesterday. And
we gave away 2 pairs of
Yes, we
Aztec
did. I
tickets, and then I think only thing we have today is.
All right, let's see if you can win a trip to see Alanis Morissette right now.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the Fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, I lied, Chris. I lied about the prizes.
Oh, we have some.
I just I can't enter anything into this, but we are supposed to have one more Kane Brown pair of tickets.
Oh.
But I'm looking at it, and there it says 5, but there's only 4 people in there, so assume anyway. The program we use is very confusing, but we do have another pair of Kane Brown tickets. So
Could you have just told us with that without all the background information?
No, I gotta like at least tell people why I lied.
All right, so we'll Kane Brown.
Some point before
coming up
between now
later.
and the end of the show.
If you hear the Kane Brown song, you'll know and you'll call in to win those.
Don't call now though.
Put some miles on it. Back of the Chevy with the engine running.
All right, now we can get into Chris versus the Fans. The rules: you have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time player, let us know before you get into it, and you'll get that question for free today. And officially, I will read what you are going to be playing for today. 2 tickets to Alanis Morissette at the Coliseum at Caesars Palace on October 24th. 2-night hotel stay October 23rd through the 25th at Flamingo Hotel and Casino, and a $100 gas card. Let's get to the first contestant for today.
It is.
I'm looking.
Oh, you don't have it yet.
Chris, not you.
Oh.
Another Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Welcome to the show.
Ready to play, Chris?
Ready to play. First time player.
First time player. All right, here we go. Question number 2. What A's player just signed a 7-year extension with the team?
Oh, you got me on that one. Morrison.
I don't know if Chris knows.
That would have really been something if he had come up with just a random name and gotten it.
Yeah.
Lawrence Butler. New guy.
Man, I'm sorry, Chris.
Sorry, Chris.
Why do you have to do that, Chris?
Because I read the story today on the line. I apologize for getting it right.
I apologize for absolutely nothing.
No, I do. You think that I'm, like hardcore on this. I don't feel good about taking away people's dreams, but yet I do it.
Taking away people's dreams. All right, let's go to Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Hello, Dave.
Welcome in.
Hello.
Ready to play?
Always. This
All
is number
right.
5.
What'd you say?
Hey, this is number 5 from last year's bracket.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that means.
Now you know who I am.
I don't know what that means.
We just move on.
I finished 5th in the bracket last year. I beat your brother.
Oh, I see what he's saying. Our tournament bracket last year. Okay, 5th is pretty good. There was over 200 people. And yes, my brother was at the top, and he reminds me every single day that he was smarter than me. So,
And Chris, I'm getting ready to do what we do our second job of. Reffing volleyball.
Okay.
I'm going to get you on the volleyball side one of these days.
Probably not. Probably not, because the volleyball referees just stand at the top of a ladder.
oh my gosh, we're moving on.
No.
We're moving on.
What do you mean? Do you run back and forth?
Yes.
You do?
Like maybe 5 feet or so. It's perfect. I'm so out of shape. It's perfect for me. That's right. I'm trying to get in shape for basketball so I can do basketball with you.
I got you, David.
All right, Dave. All right.
Well, good luck here.
Yeah, here we go. Where does Ha-Sung Kim play right now?
What team?
Plays for Tampa.
Tampa is correct. All right, let's move to question number 2. Who leads the NBA's Western Conference right now?
The Los Angeles Lakers.
Lakers.
Oh, I know.
Is that right, Chris? I thought.
No, OKC leads.
That's what I thought.
Sorry,
You
David.
scared me because you didn't have any reaction over there. Sorry, Dave.
Sorry about
Thank you for calling. Hopefully, you
Nice
get Chris
talking to
to
you.
do some
Appreciate
volleyball stuff here.
Maybe
shortly.
so. Side out. There you go. It's my volleyball referee impression.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Aaron. Hello, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron.
Oh, I think, Aaron, did
Hi,
you
how
play
are
earlier
you?
this week?
Yes, I did I guess the lower amount.
Oh, she was in
That's
the
right. Okay.
in the tiebreaker. So this is legal.
Yes, but
did
I
you
want to
qualify?
remind you I'm a first-time player.
Okay.
It's first time.
But did you already qualify for the prize? Did you get that right? I think you did.
I did. So am I not qualified from here on out?
Yes, she's playing today. I'm making an executive decision.
Chris can't make an executive
I can't?
decision. Those are the rules I tell everyone.
I know, but Aaron's fun, and I want her to be on the show, and she's been
my
trying to get through.
Well, she already got through this week.
All right.
All right, everybody out there, this is on Chris. Please don't message me.
Right. Don't message
Oh my
Chris.
goodness, now I'm even more nervous. What the heck?
Yeah.
All right, first time player. Here we go. Question number 2. Let's see. What National League West pitcher had the most strikeouts in a single game last year?
National League West. I don't know that one.
She doesn't know
All
it.
right, we're gonna stay right there. Stay right there. Chris has to get it right.
Yeah, I think you're going to win this. Blake Snow. He had a lot, but that's probably not enough. Oh, Aaron.
I'm sorry, Aaron.
Sorry. He had a big game. What did he get? 16? 17?
15.
15 was the most. Huh?
Jack Flaherty had the second most with 14.
Sorry, Aaron. But all right, you're now officially part of the Chris versus the Fans family.
Yes.
So play again.
I feel very uncomfortable that I seemed like I was this mean person right there.
Oh,
but
you're so
I was
mean.
actually just following the rules that we've been following for the
Yes,
past 4
I know.
years.
And we have already discussed your ability to follow rules.
I follow them.
Not always.
All right. Let's go to Jack. Hello, Jack.
Hey, Jack.
Hello. How you doing?
Pretty good. Are you ready to play?
Good luck.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right.
ready.
Question number 1. What big league team is going to play in the Yankees minor league stadium this season?
That's true.
Is that the Rays?
The Rays is correct.
Yeah. How about the Rays? They get to go to George Steinbrenner Field every day.
You know, I will give the Rays or the Yankees this, or Steinbrenner's this. They put a lot of money into this stadium to help out a little bit with the Rays. So I'll give them a couple kudos there. All right, question number 2, Jack. Who is the catcher who recorded the final out of Dylan Cease's no-hitter last year?
Dylan Cease's no-hitter.
Yep.
Let's do Campy.
Campy. Correct.
You got it.
Nice job.
It was Campy.
Yes.
Very good.
I was hoping you didn't look up on the wall, Chris, at our newspaper with Dylan Cease can't be hugging.
I didn't.
Okay,
But,
good.
No, that's good. Good job by you, Jack.
That is really
Well
good
done.
because there was at least 3 choices. So anyway, here we go.
He's on to
Third
the finale.
and final question for Jack. Here we go. There are. Let me start this over. There are 3 starters. Oh my gosh, I'm dumb sometimes. I'm sorry about this. Hold on, Jack. I'm gonna start one last time. There were 3 starters in 2024 to have at least 6 games with 10+ strikeouts.
My God.
Name 2 of the 3.
Okay, what's the I got
So
it.
3 starters in 2024, all tied for the most number of games with 10+ strikeouts, with 6 individual games. Name 2 of those 3 pitchers.
Just another idiotic question.
This is
It's
a
almost
great
impossible
question.
to figure
This
out.
is a great question.
He's got to name 3 pitchers. He's got to get 2 of them right.
Correct. He just needs to name
And they
2.
had 10 or more strikeouts 6 times.
Correct.
All right. Good luck, Jack.
Oh man,
We're all counting
yeah,
on
this
you.
is a tough one.
Yeah, this is tough.
And this is tough for
I'm
someone
gonna
playing on the
say Chris Sale and
Sale.
I don't know. I'm gonna just pass this one to Chris.
phone. Okay.
That's smart.
All right. That's
Smart.
fine. That's fine.
'Cause I don't know.
Chris, 3 pitchers had 10 or more strikeouts 6 times last year.
Well, I like Sale. I'll go with that. I'll try Tariq Skubal of Detroit, and I'll try Zach Wheeler of Philadelphia.
All right.
Those are my 3 guesses. Did I get 2?
Wow, Jack, you
Jack,
are the
you're a
winner.
Well
Stay
done.
right there, Jack. I'm going to get your information.
Who
You
are the
guys
6
got
people?
Chris Sale
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay.
The other 2 are very.
There, you said there was. Oh, okay.
The other 2 are kind of weird.
I thought you said there were 6 guys.
No, they did it 6 times.
Oh, okay.
Crochet.
Oh,
and Glasnow.
Tyler Glasnow.
Yep.
All right. Very good.
So
that's a win for you, Jack. Stay on the line. You will qualify for a chance to go see Alanis Morissette and spend some time in Vegas. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, I just had something I wanted to talk about. Oh. Does anybody know who my favorite ball player is out there?
What sport?
He's even more arrogant than I expected.
What sport?
We'll explain after traffic.
I
on
don't like
Gwynn
where
and
this
Chris.
is going.
From the 8-5.
at the bottom of the hour. Jack was the winner today of Chris versus the fans.
And for all you app people out there, I think I may have fixed it. Adam Klug gave me a call during the break. We did some technical work. Let us know if it works because the game got canceled. We have triggers in the system to turn things on and off.
Got it.
And we missed one of the triggers because of the game getting canceled.
So you weren't able to
be back.
listen to us on the Odyssey app
No.
until now.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome to all of those people. By the way, we mention it like once a week as a reminder, but if you don't know yet, and maybe not everybody knows, you can watch the show. Go to YouTube and search 97.3 The Fan, SD, or 93.73 The Fan.
Yeah, when you search YouTube, you just go 97.3 The Fan, and it will bring it up.
It'll bring
at
up
the top of the page. It will say live with a circle, and you click that.
Click that, and you can watch us do the show on YouTube. A lot of people choose to do that, and you get a lot more bang for your buck, frankly, because you get to see Skraby lose his mind half the time.
People have said
camera.
that the faces do help with the show because whenever you guys say something crazy, I roll my eyes and I don't even realize that I'm doing it, to be honest.
I know. So if you ever want to watch, you can please do that. I wanted to there are 24 seconds left in this game out there. It's the West Coast Conference women's basketball tournament. And USD Toreros are going to be eliminated here. They're trailing Pacific by 10 points with, like I said, 24 seconds to play. That means this is the end of the line for Cindy Fisher. Now, I never got to know Cindy Fisher, but doing the Aztec games, we competed against her quite often. And Cindy Fisher, the women's basketball coach at USD, 20 seasons there. And the record was awfully good for Cindy Fisher. 345 wins, 267 losses. So she was about 80 games over 500 in her career, won 345 games at USD, but she is not coming back next year. The Toreros this year struggled badly. They were 6-21, and so they're making a change. This is always the quote that goes along with these things, but said the USD athletic director, quote, Cindy has been an integral part of USD athletics for the past 2 decades. Stop me if you've heard this before, Skrabe.
Stop.
Yeah, right. And we are incredibly grateful for her leadership, dedication, and impact on our women's basketball program. Stop. The next line, you've heard this as well. Quote, we wish her well in her next chapter. This isn't to look, you have to make changes from time to time. You have to, maybe a new voice.
Yep.
Maybe Cindy Fisher just felt it was time.
Yep.
We don't know all the ins and outs of this. But this in the world where we have to say politically the right thing all the time, these kinds of things kind of crack me up. I don't expect the athletic director to say, Cindy's done a great job for 19 years. But this year, the whole thing's gone up in smoke, and we've got to make a change. So I get why they say what they do. But it's still, it just rankles me a little bit because you're actually firing somebody and complimenting them on the way out the door. And it just doesn't go together to me.
I have said this on the Skraby show. This has been a rant before because I read it. I read it the same exact way you did, where everything, it's a template. You can go find this thing. You could download it. Right. You could just put your little descriptors in there.
Just don't even say it because we know you don't mean it.
If you,
you just canned somebody.
If you want to give someone I'd rather it be genuine than posting something just to post something. Right. If the athletic director came out and said, it was a tough decision, but also added some things that happened through the time that they were working together.
Cindy Fisher did a hell of a job. This year didn't go well, but for 20 seasons, quite dedicated to the USD women's basketball program. And
we wish her
the best.
We wish her the best.
We wish her the best in her next endeavor. That we are quickly assigning her to.
Yes, exactly. That's the other thing. You don't wish me the best. You
If
don't
you wish
like
me
me.
the
You
best-
want me gone.
Right. If you wish me the best, I'd still be it'd be my all right. That leads me to something else, and I'll leave out. I was going to talk about Juan Soto, but I'm going to leave Juan alone today. It's my Friday. It's my Friday present to Juan Soto for the moment.
6:20. I got a
you've
Juan
got
Soto
something?
segment because I saw him play a ball in the outfield yesterday, and we need to talk about it.
All right, you can do that on your show. I'll leave Juan alone today. But I went to doctor's appointment today, and you're going to like this rant.
Okay.
Because I guarantee you'd have the same one.
Okay.
And I've come up with what we all should now do forevermore when this happens to us.
Okay.
Here's what happened to me. Doctor's appointment. Go in there. Lori and I are sitting in the room.
Why are you guys together?
Because it was
A
we
joint
support
appointment?
each other.
Oh, okay.
Support each other.
All right. I'm
Is
not.
that a bad thing?
No, get off my back. I was just asking.
Well, I mean, you kind of came in hot there. Why'd you guys go together?
Well, I'm an unmarried single guy for my entire
Yes.
life. I never have gone to the doctor with anyone other than my mom.
All right. Well, we went because we support each other. Appointment was at 9:10. Clock reached 9:30.
Uh-oh.
And we're sitting in the room. And the first nurse comes in and goes, hey, checks your blood, checks your weight, the whole thing, whatever they do. And then the doctor will be right with you. That was at 9:07. At 9:10, there was no sign of the doctor. By 9:20, still no sign of the doctor. Now, this has happened to all of us, right? Not just me, not just you. Every person listening has had this happen where you're sitting there on the cold silver table waiting for the doctor to come in, and who knows what the doctor is doing. The doctor comes in. Correct me if I'm wrong. They always say, sorry about that. Got tied up with something. Appreciate your patience. They always say that they appreciate my patience.
Okay.
The next time this happens to me, I'm going to show them that I didn't appreciate the patience.
No.
And here's my idea.
Oh, no.
The next time a doctor comes in 20 minutes late like this, I'm going to pick up my phone. I'm going to call you, or I'm going to call somebody I know. And when the doctor says they're ready to go, I'm going to talk into my phone and go, hang on a minute. I need to finish up this phone call, but I'll appreciate your patience.
It doesn't work that way.
Why not?
Because the doctor's busy.
So am I.
I know.
Wait a minute. Is my 20 minutes of time not as important?
Okay, 20.
That I had to sit there?
20 minutes is a bit long. 20 minutes is a bit long. I think like anywhere between 5 to 10 minutes is okay.
I wouldn't have thought of this if it was 5 to 10, but it was 20.
Okay, 20
and
minutes is a little bit long.
My mind had a chance to run away with me.
Yeah.
It would be fantastic if one time I could say, doctor, thanks for coming in. I'll be right with you, but I got to finish this up. I appreciate your patience.
The doctor is not who I want to mess around with.
Because the doctor tells me every time that he or she appreciates my patience as if that's a way to hold me and appease me. Guess what? It didn't appease me. So I'm going to try the same line on the doctor. Appreciate your patience. I'll be finishing up this business deal. I'll be right with you, Doc.
Here's my retort.
Don't tell me you disagree with it. You retort this?
I will
can't
retort.
believe you're not with me 100% on this.
You can't be doing a business call because you were at the doctor, so you had already blocked that time out anyway.
Get out of here.
That's true. You were going to schedule a business call for anywhere in that hour.
You can do any call you want to at any time in this day and age. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, but you wouldn't actually have a business call.
I didn't schedule a business call at 9:10, but I did schedule one at 9:30 because I thought I'd be done with the doctor. I can't believe you're not agreeing with me. This is like the Seinfeld episode where her phone rings in his house and he picks it up and the guy says, "Do you have a minute? I'm doing a survey on this, that, and the other." And Seinfeld says, "Yeah, but can I get your number?" And the voice on the other end goes, what do you mean? And then Jerry goes, "Well, I don't have a minute right now, but can I call you at my convenience a little bit later on and bother you?" And the guy goes, "No." And Jerry goes, "Exactly." And he hangs up. That's my whole thing with the doctor. You can appease me with, "I appreciate your patience." I'm going to try it on you.
See,
maybe you'll get the message that 20 minutes is way too long. Does everybody disagree with me?
No. People are surprised that I'm not agreeing with you. And the reason I'm not agreeing with you is because when I go to the doctor, I just know that's going to happen. It's just part of going to the doctor.
5 to 10 minutes is fine.
If you want to come and be a part of the Kaiser Permanente family, Chris, you can, because I haven't waited in a very long time, and I am not lying about that. All my shoulder surgery appointments in, out, easy. Adam Paul said, a friend of mine actually did something similar to this. He said to the doctor that was about an hour late. Now that is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'd say.
Do you appreciate my time? Because you didn't appreciate my time.
No, that's my point. It was funny because I told Lori while we were sitting there, I said, when he comes in, he's going to go appreciate your patience. And then that's exactly what he said. But I know he didn't appreciate my patience.
How do you know that? Let's call him.
Well, let's say we're going to call him and then call him in 20 minutes.
Oh, I see.
Big Five is next. Gwynn and Chris rolls on. Finally a Friday. Thanks to everybody out there for being part of the show today. 4:37 is the time. Sorry, but I got something to do. So if you guys wouldn't all mind just sitting there for 20 minutes and waiting, I will appreciate your patience, but I will be back.
The things that you are dying for today. The things that you are dying for today are very strange.
It's the same thing. If I asked everybody in the listening audience to wait 20 minutes while I went and took care of something, and there was just kind of dead air and nothing happening for 20 minutes, it would be unheard of.
Completely different industry.
Why?
Because we are paid to talk.
And a doctor's paid to doctor.
But he's doctoring other patients.
Well, fine. Be a couple of minutes behind. 20 minutes, Skrabe.
This has caused some problems on the chat. I mean, everybody is against me on this one.
Of course they are. Because they've been there. They've been sitting on that cold silver slab of a table waiting for a doctor who's never going to arrive. It happens at almost every appointment you go to. Doctor, eye doctor, dentist, you name it, you wait. Why? Why is that automatic? Why is that acceptable? We accept it, but why? I'm saying
I don't have any arguments because you're not going to listen to them.
I've heard them. I don't like your arguments yet.
I have more arguments.
What are they?
I mean, it's just, why don't you get the first appointment of the day if you're so concerned about waiting around all day?
You think the doctor shows up at work on time?
Because think, they open at 9, they have 4 patients. Those 4 patients have something weird happening. That adds another 10 minutes to it. Like, I understand that doctors' offices aren't exact sciences when it comes to appointment times. But I'm telling you.
You are believing incorrectly. By the way, we're going to have a carryover in the Big Five. You are believing incorrectly that the doctors are just working their butts off to get from client to client to client, patient to patient to patient. I don't buy that. I think they might have forgotten to tell the wife to pick up some milk on the grocery list. So they run into their office, pick up the phone. How are the kids? The dog okay?
Oh, yeah. That's
can
what
you
they're
pick
doing?
up some milk? Sure. What's the hurry? I've already given them, society has already given them the okay to be 20 minutes late into my visit. So if they need to take care of something, take care of it.
I hate to tell you this, but in your age, you're going to be going to a lot more doctors. So
you know what? I'm so crazy today. I may have to go see one on the way home. The way it's been today. All right.
I think we need to say that 20 minutes is okay, but like
20 minutes, you're
30
good
minutes.
with it?
30 minutes is crazy. I just get on my phone. I play games. I already schedule it into my time that I'm going to be waiting. I always give a doctor's appointment at least an hour.
When we're off the air, because I don't want to share everything that the doctor's visit was all about today, I'm going to give you even a better reason why 20 minutes today was absurd.
Okay.
But
I think I kind of know, but
you probably do. But I'll tell you
I will say this. I won't say anything about that, but I will say that if there is something serious happening or something like that where you're waiting for news or tests or something like that, then I think you have to be on time.
Very good. All right, let's people have been waiting 5 minutes now for traffic, and we've been holding them up.
This is your fault.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Hamul Casino. Looking pretty good on our roads. The crash is just cleared on eastbound 8 at College. No other incidents or accidents to mention. Hey, players, things are about to get real here in San Diego with the all-new Hamul Casino Resort, where you can play your heart out and enjoy all the perks that come with it. Opening this summer, Hamul Casino Resort, the player's place. Learn more at hamulcasino.com. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
That's my caveat, Chris. My caveat is definitely if you are there for results of something.
Right.
I think results are definitely,
Then you
your
can't keep
time
them
needs to
waiting.
be respected.
All right. Well, you're just telling me then that the doctor, you told me before the doctor doesn't have a choice but to be late because they're busy with patients. I'm telling you, if it was something that they needed to tell you, they would be on time, which means they do have the ability to be on time. Just other times they're not.
You know, if I'm a doctor and I know that I'm delivering results that someone's waiting for, I'm going to let the person with the headache sit there for a couple minutes while I go deliver these results, and then I'll go deal with your headache.
All right.
I agree with that.
All right.
All
On
right.
we go.
All right. All right.
Number 5.
Let's start with something so shocking. I couldn't even comprehend it when I saw it. And Chris, this news has been out for nearly a month now, and I just came across it today.
All right.
Popular NFL Red Zone host Scott Hansen may be headed to another network. I guess he's been having negotiations with his contract with the NFL Network. How old do you think he is, by the way?
38.
51.
Really? Looks darn good.
He looks like he's 38.
Yes, he does.
But I guess he's having negotiations, and the negotiations have stalled with the NFL Network. But there is another network that is pushing hard for Scott Hansen to be a face of their sports coverage, and that would be NBC.
And so we could lose Scott Hansen
Off
on
of Red Zone.
the NFL Red Zone.
Yes. So NBC really loved how he did the gold zone for them during the last Olympics, which was like a red zone for Olympics.
Right.
And they were like so impressed by him, because who's not impressed by Scott Hansen, that they want to make him the face of like Olympic coverage. So that was the news that rocked my world today. And my question for you, Chris, could anyone, would we ever accept anyone else?
Let me first react to the news that Scott Hansen could potentially not be on NFL Red Zone.
Yes. You became a horse?
No, I couldn't. I was trying to do that. Yeah. Yeah, it's the worst news I've ever heard. I mean, it honestly is. It's the worst news I've ever heard. Because, I mean, my Sundays, love the wife. But if it was my choice of 7 hours talking to her on Sunday or 7 hours of talking with Scott Hansen, I'd have to think about it, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean, Scott Hansen is my son. He's the everything to me.
He's
I
my
gotta
best
have
friend on
this guy.
Sundays.
Yeah, I got to have this guy. So that's bad news.
This is bad news.
Can somebody potentially fill the shoes? Potentially. But it's not going to be easy. Whoever does it, I'm gonna go a little nuts here. This is along the lines of taking Chick Hearn's place, calling Laker games.
I don't know about that.
This is like taking over for Vin Scully on the Dodgers.
It's not something you can just step in and do.
Yes, this is tough. Not just anybody is going to do.
No.
It's got to be somebody who's going to be really good at this.
So when they hire me for this job, I'm going to do weeks of practice.
You better practice.
Can you
24
imagine me
hours
trying
a
to
day?
keep things straight on red zone? It wouldn't happen.
Couldn't
it wouldn't
imagine
happen
it at all.
I
can't imagine too many people really be able to do it. Like Trevor Denman's job. Like, that's tough.
Who's Trevor Denman?
He's the voice of Del Mar that retired.
Oh,
yesterday.
sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
I knew that sounded familiar.
Right.
That would be tough too.
Yeah.
Would we accept someone new? I guess we're forced into it, but I wouldn't like it. I wouldn't feel the same, but maybe like 3 weeks in, if the guy's good or gal is good, then we would be okay. But I would like to see Scott Hansen, get a boost in his career. Going to Olympic coverage for NBC would be huge for him.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I got to root against it.
Okay.
Because I need him so much that I have to root against him.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I missed this, Chris, but I needed to bring it to our attention today because that was insane.
Yeah,
for me to read.
that's got me down and out at the moment.
Number 4.
Now, the UFL, the United Football League, their players continue to be unhappy with their financial situation, and the UFL reportedly isn't happy with the players' potential strategies for pushing back. Last night, Kevin Seifert of ESPN.com reported that players were threatened with release if they boycott the UFL's media days on Thursday and Friday. The report is based on accounts from 3 unnamed players, but one of those unnamed players said this, quote, "They told us that the league had gotten wind of union organization." Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is the report, and then we'll get to the player. They told us that the league had gotten wind of union organization against the media days, and that if anyone acted on that, they would be cut and considered to have acted with conduct detrimental to the league. He went on to say that VP of Football Operations Daryl Johnston has delivered this message to all 8 coaches and also confirmed that this message is true. Now, UFL players also confirmed that. An anonymous player said, quote, "It's coming from the top, and those people are making 10 plus times our salary. So it's frustrating to get that kind of pushback when we're trying to fairly negotiate, and they're saying we can't budge. And if you try to take action, then we'll just cut you and move on." I mean, from the beginning, it's kind of been that we're just replaceable figures, and we don't feel like we are. So that's why we're in this situation. I'm up first. Do the UFL players have a legit gripe? No, they do not.
Ooh.
I want players to make money. I want players to be happy. But this is a choice, not a privilege. Or wait, this is a choice, not just something that's handed to you. It's a choice to play UFL football, and if you don't like how much you're paid, then you should go elsewhere. UFL football, you are replaceable players because it's a minor league football league. And I'm not really sure why these players are trying to tempt fate. Chris?
Skraby, you've just brought us back 60 years with this take.
But UFL, like
60 years ago, baseball owners told baseball players, here's how much you make. If you're not the right color, if you're not the right size, if you're not... I'm like,
I never said anything about that.
I know. I'll go back. But here's what you make, and don't bother trying to get on another team. Don't even we don't trade you. You stay here. You make this, or you go home. That's how it used to be.
At the highest level, which is wrong because you're playing at the highest level. These guys are not playing at the highest level. If they were good enough, they wouldn't be in the UFL. It's the same thing with me in radio. I had the choice to work in radio for years and years and years and years for nothing. And I did. I knew the risks. I knew what was at stake. I didn't go complaining about it every day or not show up to work.
I'm not going to be able to convince you, so
Keep
move on.
Try.
I don't. I'm not into it.
I think you secretly know I'm right.
Number 3.
All right.
I mean, it's hard for me to, I don't personally care about the UFL at this point, but I don't like to see people completely, utterly taken advantage of.
I don't want to see that either.
I think we should be past that. And the owners and the people that run the UFL that are making a ton of money probably should
How much money do you think the UFL brings in a year?
I don't know, but I'm sure that people aren't going to continue to run the UFL if they're going to lose a boatload of money.
Yes. All right.
Number 3.
Draymond Green has a very successful podcast, and Draymond Green also says a lot of really questionable things. When the Warriors played the Knicks the other night, Knicks center Karl Anthony Towns did not play due to personal reasons. So Draymond went on his podcast to say Cat missed the game because of the presence of Jimmy Butler. The rumors were they had issues when they played together with the Timberwolves, and that was not the case. Cat actually missed the game because of the death of someone close to him. So Draymond addressed this and said he was just repeating what he had heard secondhand, and then he apologized. Chris, is this mistake a big deal, little deal, or no deal?
It's little deal. It's a deal. Draymond spouts off about every single thing. And honestly, I've kind of started to tune him out.
Me too, a little bit.
Enjoyed Draymond's act. I love to watch him play basketball most of the time. Not all the time, because he acts like a, idiot on the court still, too. But, yeah, it's funny because some guys get a voice, and then they say things that are just controversial, and then they just keep saying things that are controversial, even when they have no backing at all. And people like to believe what they hear from somebody like Draymond Green. So, I'm a little bit it's a deal. You really shouldn't say something about a guy unless you really know the reason that he didn't play, which he doesn't know.
Maybe I'm just
so
angry today or something, but I think this is a big deal.
Big deal.
You can't just say that someone didn't play because they're afraid to face Jimmy Butler when that's not even close to being the truth.
Yeah.
Like I've said dumb things on the radio before, but I will fess up when I need to. Draymond did his little apology, but it was more of a, hey, I heard this from like other people, so don't really blame me type thing. But this is a big deal. I mean, Karl Anthony Towns lost someone very close to him, and Draymond's out there putting out rumors about his fellow player.
Yeah.
Number 2.
So everybody buyer beware now on Draymond, right? I mean, if he says something, double check it before you react to it.
Good point. Yeah.
It's kind of gotten to that time.
Yeah. All right. Steph Curry last night made a ridiculous 38-foot three against the Nets with less than a second to go in the first half, and everyone had their jaw on the floor. You see this, Chris?
I did.
I'm going to take this in a different direction. I'm up first. If you could choose any player in NBA history to represent you in a game of horse, who you picking?
Any player?
Yes.
Okay. Who's first? You?
I'll go first.
Who do you
My
want?
immediate thought is Steph Curry because he could shoot from anywhere on the floor. He just can't dunk.
He can basically go into the next gym and make a shot.
But he can't dunk. So
Okay.
what I'm going with, Kevin Durant. He has every part of that game.
All right. Kevin Durant's your horse player.
He's my horse player. What about you?
Kevin Durant would get his butt kicked by my guy, Pete Maravich. And if you
Pistol
don't believe
Pete
it,
Maverick?
look up Pete Maravich's horse games, which there are YouTube videos of.
Really?
He could make shots that nobody could make because they can't do the things that Pistol Pete could do with a basketball. They just couldn't. They had one where Pete Maravich played Bob McAdoo, who at the time was a 35-point game scorer, leading the league every year. And Pistol Pete just did stuff that Bob McAdoo could not do. Bob McAdoo was like helpless. And there's a whole YouTube video of the whole thing.
It's like a broadcast.
Yeah, it was a halftime show, I think, of an NBA game.
Wow.
Pistol Pete was the greatest handler of the basketball anyone's ever seen. Steph Curry's pretty good, but I'm gonna
You think Steph Pete would beat Steph?
I do, because I think Pete could still do stuff. Pete can do things that I've never seen anyone else do with the basketball.
All right.
And
I didn't know you were going to have an answer.
So that
like
could be part of his horse game. He would do the move and then make the shot. Well, you could never even get to making the shot because you couldn't do the move.
That is interesting.
That was Pete.
All right. Well, if I ever get asked this question again, I'm going to use him instead of Kevin
I've
Durant.
recommended this before. I'll recommend it again. If you have a few minutes or in half an hour, just look up YouTube videos of Pete Maravich. It's totally worth your entertainment. That's how good he was with the ball. We done?
We do have number one, but it's not that important, so we can do it later.
All right. We got a happy hour on a Friday, so that's something. It's next. It's Happy hour time for a Friday. It's a double dose of good news there. Gwynn and Chris Hello, Tony Gwynn Jr., and Matt Skraby. Skraby's got the Chronicles at 6 o'clock. We are without Tony today. He's down in Florida with his daughter's soccer tournament. He'll be back next week. Actually got a couple of stories to kick off the 5 o'clock hour, Skraby, but you have your hand up.
Then I will save my addendum to the doctor's office until 5:20 because I was just reminded of something that I do in doctor's offices that people think is weird, and I want to ask you later.
All right, we had a little rant. We've had a rant about a few things today, but we did.
It's the tangent show.
Well, one of us was upset that the doctor had us wait 20 minutes today, and Skraby seems to think that that was just okay. What's the vote on the chat in my favor? Like 20
people
to nothing?
people don't want to wait.
Of course
they don't want to wait.
People shouldn't have to wait consistently every time. And you know what? I will agree with you on the one thing you said. Look, if there's a patient, they have something happens that unexpected before you. Okay, I get it. Doctor's going to be running, late because there's something they could not be avoided. But the fact that we're consistently waiting 20, 25 minutes every time we go to the doctor, that doesn't fly with me. But here's some here's some news today.
Were we going to talk sports?
Yeah, because people do tune in for some sports news.
I guess so.
There was a trade made today in the National Football League, and it involves a name of somebody we've heard of. Like most of the NFL trades are like linemen and backup cornerbacks and things, and it doesn't mean a thing to me. This actually caught my eye. And before I tell you who was traded today, I want to tell you that the player who was traded, his former coach said this about this player just last
I just connected
month.
It.
What do you mean?
I know, I just connected.
Okay, the player who got traded, his coach said, this guy is our quarterback. I don't understand the conversation. It's pretty obvious this guy is a heck of a quarterback. He's our quarterback. We love him. I can't wait to go work with him. Well, guess what, coach? He's not your quarterback anymore. The coach in question is Mike McDonald. A lot of people may not know exactly who that is unless you're a Seattle Seahawks fan. McDonald's quarterback used to be Geno Smith. But Geno Smith is now, why don't you give it to me? The Raiders. That's pretty good, man. Tony's good. You're good, too.
Tony's is better, but
he's a little better, but not much.
He's the OG.
Geno Smith has been traded to the Raiders. That's right. And so Geno Smith rejoins his former coach in Seattle, Pete
That's
Carroll.
what connected in my head.
That's the connection. Now, what did Seattle get back in return?
I haven't seen this part.
It wasn't a 5th-round pick. They
Please
actually
don't say
did
it's
better.
higher than that.
No, they got better. A 3rd-round pick.
Well, I guess Geno is a quarterback, so that kind of makes sense.
A 3rd-round pick is all Seattle gets for a former Pro Bowl quarterback. Geno completed 70% of his passes last year, 7-0, 4,321 yards, 21 touchdowns. He led them to a 10-7 finish. They lost the playoffs under tiebreaker to the Rams. The only negative for Geno, 15 INTs last year. So that was a bugaboo.
Well, now we know why DK asked out.
Yeah, and DK Metcalf left because he wants to go to a contender. Well,
and he doesn't have a quarterback.
Well, now he doesn't have one, but I don't. Maybe he knew that ahead of time. Anyway, Geno Smith goes to the Raiders, and Seattle will need a quarterback, I imagine. I don't know who they even still have on their roster.
Maybe Sam Howell off the top of my head.
Yeah,
former Washington Commander.
Whoever it is, he's so low on the totem pole that this story doesn't even mention it, like who Seattle still has. So, yeah, that's not a shocker, right? Geno Smith goes back, joins his former coach, Pete Carroll. But, as we've talked about before, 3rd-round draft pick just seems absurd.
I'm just not a big, Geno has been good. Yeah, 2 years ago he was really good.
Yeah. And
last year he struggled at times, but then he ran all over the 49ers when the 49ers needed to win that game.
He struggled with the interceptions, but other than that, he had a really good year.
Yeah, I don't see the he's going to take me to the playoffs type of quarterback or to the Super Bowl type.
Well, he took you to the quarterback. I'm sorry, he took you to the playoffs 2 years ago, and last year he lost out on a tiebreak. So anyway, that's the news of the day in the National Football League. 3rd round draft pick. That's huge, I guess, in this day and age of NFL trading.
It's better than a 5th round draft pick.
Debo got you a 5th round pick. By the way, there was a bunch of stories yesterday, I believe, about Debo.
Well,
And
he
tried to make it seem like he left on okay terms. Is that how you read that?
Yeah. I think that Debo realized that he needed to maybe recognize the fans. And,
how about grow up, Debo, and stop yelling at your kicker? That's what turned it against.
Gosh, we've been over this. It didn't. No one, literally, Chris. I've read almost every Debo article out there, and not one beat reporter for the 49ers has mentioned that as the catalyst for anything.
Didn't say they're all right.
Whatever.
Padres spring training action today. Rain was the result there. Actually, they played 2 innings. Kyle Hart pitched 2 scoreless innings before the rains came. So the Padres will go back to work tomorrow in terms of spring training action.
Darvish supposed to be on the mound.
Darvish. Seattle Mariners right-hander George Kirby has some inflammation in his throwing shoulder. Don't we all, George? But George Kirby will be starting the season because of that on the injured list.
I don't know if I can draft him anymore. He's helped me go to 2 straight fantasy baseball titles.
I wouldn't say he's been the leader of your team.
He's pretty good.
A member of
he's
your
pretty
team.
good. He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's good. Christian Walker got some good news today. Oblique issue, but MRI shows no strain. Apparently something hurts because Walker's not playing, but they say no sprain or no strain even. Christian Walker now with the Astros. And Dave Roberts is close to a new contract. You see that, Skraby?
Oh, yeah.
Long-term extension.
Can't wait.
Are you anti-Dave Roberts now forever because of why?
Because of the way he decided.
Turned to you against him for good? Being as if anyone were to be manager of the Dodgers that you could at least semi-tolerate, it seems to me that it would be somebody who's a San Diego guy who went to school here, who still has ties here, who's still pleasant 99% of the time as far as I know. So what is it that has soured you completely on Dave Roberts?
I'll tell you exactly what it is.
What is it?
It's when he decided to use Manny's
ball toss.
Yeah, ball toss, and then but kind of maybe not attack his character. Yeah, attack his character. I didn't like how he used Manny to get all the fans fired up and everybody calling Manny a dirty player.
And then he said it didn't really.
And he said he did it just to get a reaction.
Yeah.
That was not cool.
All right.
Because fans already, like, outside of San Diego have this notion that Manny's a dirty player and he's a lazy player.
And then Dave Roberts, he kind of capitalized on that.
He did. And I'm not a fan of that.
Like, yeah, okay.
And he's always very what's the word I'm looking for? Like yesterday, he was talking about how Shohei Ohtani is not going to be throwing to hitters until after they come back from Japan. And he always has this like tone like, yeah, we know what we're doing. Yeah. Everything's fine. We're good. Yep. Like,
so you're tired of the Dave Roberts?
I'm just tired of it.
Dave is 52. He's heading into his 10th. He's only 52, which is really not very old at all. 10th season with the Dodgers, which is, I think if you said over under, would people say 10? I wouldn't.
I wouldn't say 10. No.
This part I don't think is that great, but we'll mention it. In his time with the Dodgers, he's won 907 regular season games plus postseason. Next best is the Astros, who are 45 behind that. I know it's the Dodgers, and they have all the money, and they should win more games, but still pretty good.
But how many times has he been ejected from the playoffs?
Every time that he hasn't won it.
Except for last year.
Well, right. Every time they haven't won it. But that's the same for everybody. Aaron Boone hasn't won it. I mean, Go right on down the line. If you haven't won it, you've been ejected from the playoffs. Dusty Baker didn't win it until at long last. How many times did he blow it? The Giants was one.
Yeah, it was.
And there were many others.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce Bochy didn't win anything until then he won something.
Yep.
And then he won 4.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not trying to stick up for Dave Roberts here. I'm saying
Sounds
that,
like it.
I know. I'm sticking up for every manager that has not won the World Series. They all can't win the big one until they actually win it.
But how long do you get before
fair.
you win it? Like if you're
I don't know.
if you're Dave Roberts, I mean,
do you think the Dodgers have made the right choice to stay with Dave Roberts in the sense that in 9 years he's won 2 World Series? One of them we all know
Mickey Mouse
is what it is. But he's 2 for 9 in winning the World Series. If we'd have told you that as ownership of the Dodgers beforehand, would you have said, okay, I'll go with Dave Roberts for 9 to win 2?
Yep.
I think you would have.
You have to.
Even though, the Dodgers, in a lot of people's minds, should have won all 9. He's got 2. Here's one thing you'll hate, though.
What?
According to the story, the 2024 season ultimately highlighted Roberts' best traits. His even-keel demeanor helped the team navigate the betting scandal surrounding Shohei Ohtani's interpreter.
I'm out of here. I'm done.
I knew you'd go nuts on that. I knew you'd go nuts on that. Your reaction to that truly is that the only reason Shohei Ohtani's betting scandal disappeared is because they didn't really do their due diligence looking into the matter.
Major League Baseball said, hey, he's going to make us too much money. We have to distance ourselves. Dave Roberts.
Here's the funny thing, Draymond Green. You have no proof of that.
I don't.
You don't.
I don't.
You don't. You don't have any proof that baseball acted unfairly to protect Shohei Ohtani, but yet you think it, and it's your right.
Oh, because Major League Baseball always is on the up and up with everything, Chris. I've never seen someone with so much money on the line get their case resolved in like 2 weeks. It just doesn't happen.
Dave Roberts' biggest decision last year was what? That worked.
Probably that worked.
Yeah.
The Manny thing.
No. Game 4 of the playoff against the Padres. He could have used a broken down starting pitcher down 2-1. He went bullpen game.
Oh,
that turned the whole thing.
Tried to forget all that.
I know. It worked.
Brandon has a question on the chat for me. Well, Skraby, ask yourself, how long does Shanahan get when he's lost 3 Super Bowls?
Good one, Brandon. I'll wait for your answer, Scrabe.
I think if you get to a Super Bowl, you can't lose your job.
He finished in last place this year.
That was bad, but he gets 1 year of reprieve.
1 year of reprieve.
Yeah, if they are a losing team next year, then they gotta start thinking.
Okay. Let's think about a check of traffic. We still have our countdown ahead. I've had all day to come up with 5 things that make me happy. Hasn't been easy.
Doctor's offices?
Weather people? More Gwynn and Chris on the way.
From the 855, get right.
Stay low. Hands on the heart. Stay low. off now. Okay, take goggles down to your neck. Crash landing, huh? What? We're gonna crash land. More or less. We're gonna hit the ground. Keep my knee. All the way back. Take up. Punch up. Right on all the way down. Let it break. All the way. Here we go. Up there. Oh, you idiot. I tried. Typical tandem student right there. I tried. I wrecked your good job, buddy. Fun, huh? You need help with anything? Okay, I'm nervous. Stand up, stay low. Hands on the heart. Stay low.
Fellow. Matt Skraby, the two of us today. Tony will be back next week. Actually, Monday, circle it on your calendar. be Sammy and Skraby. And then we all return to form on Tuesday, I believe. Biggest fan will be announced in 10 minutes. Countdown shortly after that. Padres were rained out today, but that doesn't mean that Mike Schilt didn't converse with the media. I always like to play a little Mike Schilt sound during the show just to hear if there was any confrontation, between the media and Mike Schilt. They all get along actually quite well.
Oh, of course they do.
But I find it hilarious the way he answers some of their questions.
I want to put
making sure that he avoids giving any information away.
I want to put this up on the YouTube real quick because you could see how uncomfortable it was.
Okay.
It was raining as they were asking these questions, and so I think people need to see that. But yeah, Mike Schilt, he always gives time to the media, and he's very good. He doesn't brush
does
it
not
off.
skirt the media in any way. He's always available. And I appreciate what he does. I just find it comical that they're all trying to find information from a guy that doesn't want to give them any. I just think it's kind of a funny, it's a funny dynamic to me.
All right.
So let's see what happened today out in Peoria, or out in Maryvale, which is where the interview likely took place.
2 innings for Hart. What did you see?
Like what I saw, like his poise, look, everything looked free and easy. Was throwing it where he wanted it to go. Had some guys off balance. I thought he looked like a good start for his Cactus League career.
How many pitches did he end up at?
I'll have to get it with Ruben. I'm not really quite sure yet.
How many was he hit? Did he have another inning in him?
He had another inning. He was going back out for another inning, yes.
Okay.
He was scheduled for 3.
You took Jake and Xander and Arise after the first inning. Is that just because you saw this coming?
Yeah, no. I mean, when they dumped the tarp, we did the walk the field, and the outfield wasn't too bad, but where they dumped the water was right behind the infield at second and short. I just didn't want to go back on the ball and do something that didn't make sense. So we knew they'd get a dry at bat, dry field in the first. We got him in the bat and got him out of there.
And then scary moment for Wall out in left field. Was that like, hey, let's get out of here?
Yeah, it was an indicator that, the conditions weren't favorable. Fine line, clearly during the season we push through something like this a little bit more, but, spring trainers get guys healthy and ready to go play. And
all right, good job. There was one questioner there. That wasn't the usual AJ Cassavell, Sam Levitt group.
There was a contingent, but yes, Jeff
like
Sanders.
That was Jeff.
That was Jeff Sanders, yes.
Got it.
Jeff Sanders was asking some hard questions this week.
I always find it funny. Again, this is not against Mike Schilt. This is a human nature point. Okay? If you noticed in there, Mike Schilt was asked about taking Xander and Jake and
Arise
out of the game, right? In the first inning.
Yep.
And Jeff Sanders said, is that because you saw, this coming, meaning the weather?
Yep.
Mike Schilt said, yes, we didn't want to take any chances. Well, what about the guys you put in there?
They're trying to make the team. Those guys are probably dying. They're like, hey, I'm dying to get out there.
They just have to risk it.
I don't care if there's lightning on this field.
Right, yeah.
If there's sharks on this field, I'm going out there.
We're taking Xander out. We're taking Arise out. We're taking Jake out because it's just too dangerous to play. But we're going to put these guys in.
That is kind of funny.
They are kind of in the same danger, I must say.
It is kind of funny, right? I do think.
Yeah.
I didn't pick up on that, but yes.
Look, I totally get what he's saying. You don't want any of your starters to get hurt going back for a pop-up.
Yeah, of course.
But at the same time, if there's a pop-up, somebody's got to run back there. So
I mean, I don't know.
We're willing to risk the health of Tyler Wade. I'm just saying. Somebody had to go in and place those guys. Forrest Wall, didn't he run into a wall?
He did. Yes.
So, it wasn't great for him.
No, they shouldn't have even started this game. I don't know.
That's where the issue stands.
I don't know this for sure, but because there was other games being canceled around Phoenix area, and
there was 4 or 5 games canceled today. It wasn't like this was the only one.
Yeah, and I think it would be probably the Brewers people that decide to do this, but it never seemed like it was a good idea to start this game.
They played 2 innings and then they shut her down.
Shut her down.
You know what shut her down used to be a response from hockey players.
The Zamboni?
Nope. It used to be a response from hockey players after the afternoon team meal. Every hockey player I ever met takes a nap and then wakes up at 5 o'clock, gets on the bus and goes to the game at 7 o'clock. Hockey game. Everyone. I've never met a hockey player that didn't nap in the afternoon.
I get it. They play late. I know.
They play at night, so they nap. And every single one of them, if you ask them at 1 in the afternoon, hey, where are you headed? They'll tell you they're going to go shut her down. That's how they answered.
Shut her down, meaning going upstairs and take a nap?
Shut her down. Yep. Going to shut her down. That's their vocabulary for that.
That's funny.
Yeah,
that is good.
I like that one. So I still use that from time to time. Lori asks where I'm going. Upstairs. I'm going to shut her down.
I might start using that too.
It's a good one. It's free. It's free.
When we go out on the show now, we should just say every time it's time to shut her down.
Show's over, folks. We're shutting her down. Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's what hockey players go with. I like that one.
I have something for you. I remember the doctor story I was going to tell you.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we get it in because I'm trying to get in everything that we tease these days. So I went, this was my daily gripe last week or the week before, but I was at the doctor and I do this quite often, but you know, the magazines that are there at the doctor's office,
right?
You know, the kid magazine, the highlight magazine that you can like,
remember it?
Do I Spy or whatever.
Yep.
So my daily gripe was I hate when people look at me and judge me while I'm reading those highlights magazines. If you walked into a doctor's office and you saw someone like me looking at the highlights magazines, would you be creeped out?
No. The only thing would creep me out is if it was like 20 years ago and I walked in and you picked up like a penthouse.
Okay.
Like, if you ever, this happened to me. This happened to me one time. I was walking down the aisle on an airplane and some guy was leafing through. I think that's kind of out of line, don't you?
Leafing.
It's not a thing anymore because these magazines are, aren't as popular.
You can still get them in the airports.
I know you can,
okay, let's talk about that. That is insane that you could buy that sort of magazine at an airport. That is insane.
Well,
and I have seen,
but it's even worse if you buy it and then you're flipping through the pages, on the airplane. I think, Chris, right.
I'm not kidding. When I did all my flying before I got into radio, I was flying 35 weeks a year. I saw one guy watching the videos on the plane. And he was asked to stop, obviously.
Who
does
grosses
that?
me out.
Who
Honestly.
does that?
Evidently that guy.
Leafing through. That was great. That is going to be an open.
You got it. We'll take a break. When we come back, our countdown. Did I come up with 5 things that make me happy? You have to stay tuned to find out on Gwynn and Chris. 5:34 is the time. Chrisello, Skraby, Tony coming back next week. He's been with his daughters. Little soccer tournament. I guess it's probably a big soccer tournament. They've been down there for a few days.
No, it's huge.
So they're down there playing some soccer. Speaking of soccer, SDFC back in action tomorrow at Salt Lake City. Scrape.
Mm-hmm.
We are undefeated and unscored upon through 2 games. Right? 1-0-1.
Scored in 1 game, though.
True, but we are unscored upon. I'm saying if we stay unscored upon, probably going to wind up being a pretty good season. Yeah. No, I was trying to look at the standings, which is not called the standings. It's the table.
Yeah, it's the table. I knew that.
Yeah. I wanted to see Salt Lake's record so far. Real Salt Lake is also, no, they're 1-1. They have a win and a loss. So the SDFCers are ahead of them in the standings.
All right, I need to give away the biggest fan real quick.
Do so.
Congratulations to today's biggest fan, Alexis Rendon of Fallbrook. Give us a call back within the next 10 minutes at 833-288-0973, and you'll qualify for our grand prize. 20 tickets for you and your friends for a night in our Odyssey Suite at a Padres game later this season. Remember to register your name at 973thefansd.com/biggest fan. Alexis Rendon of Fallbrook. 10 minutes starts now.
All right. Also, earlier today, I said SDFC, a lot earlier today, I said SDFC's next home match is against Colorado because all I saw was the logo with a C on it, and I didn't know what the logo was for.
And were they playing Colorado?
No, they're not. They're home to the Columbus Crew.
Oh, Columbus.
On Saturday, March 15th.
All right.
Next home match for SDFC. Also this weekend, Aztecs host Nevada. Big game, as we know. UCSD tries to clinch their conference outright. They play at UC Davis. And Padres spring training action continues. Let's check traffic. Did we do that? No.
Nope.
And then we're going to get to today's countdown, which could be a doozy.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Actually seeing some improvements on our roads. We still have this accident, though, on northbound 15 to the westbound 78 connector ramp and southbound 5 coastline before Oceanside Boulevard. 2 vehicle accident over to the right shoulder. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's now time for Gwynn and Chris to rank their top 5 of the day.
Gonna grip and rip as usual.
But this isn't just a regular top 5 list.
I love it. It sounds sadistic, but I love it.
This is the countdown. And it starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
The countdown. Every Friday we pick a subject. We do what the title of the segment would suggest. We count down our list.
We used to do this every day.
Yeah, that was difficult.
I didn't think it was too difficult until we got into like 6 months in.
Yeah, we finally ran out of
then
categories.
We were like, favorite ways to stay cool in hot weather.
Right, we ran out of stuff. So every Friday I wake up and I get stressed out trying to think of something to count down. Skraby came up with today's.
Number 5.
And today it's going to be the 5 things out there that make us happy.
It's been a bad week or sad week, I
So
guess.
we're going to try to finish on an upbeat thing. 5 things that make you happy. Skraby, you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right. My number 5 is actually something that happens quite often, which is nice. Having a good show makes me happy because I leave here. I'm feeling good about the stuff we did today.
Okay.
And I know that people will DM me saying it was funny and it helped them get through certain, tough times of their own. So having a good show, making people laugh is makes me happy.
Good. All right.
What about you?
Number 5 for me is in a similar vein.
Okay.
I like when I come up with a rant that just kind of flows. Understand that I never write one of these out.
So is this the weather or the doctor's office?
I don't think either of today's qualify.
Okay. Backwards Parkers?
No, Backwards Parkers was a good one. But no, I like when I give a rant about something that the rant itself flows, but I feel like the reaction to the rant is, I hadn't really thought of that.
It is nice.
I like when I'm able to say something that gets you out there thinking. You don't have to agree with it, disagree, but just something maybe you hadn't thought about, or you hadn't thought about it in a certain way. So I like when I come up with one of those.
That is nice when you
That's a good feeling.
Yeah, when you have support.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be support, but I guess support is better than everybody
hating you. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
It doesn't feel as
I've
good.
felt that many times too, so I know what it's like.
It doesn't feel as good when I leave here and I know that I've said something that's angered people because then I think about it.
Yeah.
Number 4.
All right, this one is totally me.
Okay.
But this is not a good one. I'm not saying this is healthy by any stretch of the imagination, Chris. When jerks get what's coming to them, makes me happy.
Yeah.
Especially those jerks on the road whenever they get pulled over or something.
But it never happens. When's the last time you saw somebody speed by you 110 miles an hour and then up there 2-3 miles you see them pulled over? I've never seen
maybe like
it.
2 months ago. It doesn't happen often.
If I saw it, I would probably end up getting a ticket myself because I would pull over and start celebrating and jumping up and down on the highway.
It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. But like there was a guy that I went to college with that was so cool in his own mind, and he was that guy.
Okay.
And he had this great job, and he had a great car and everything. And I never cheer for people's downfalls, but this dude broke so many relationships up because he was a jerk. He ended up getting fired. He couldn't find a job, and I wasn't necessarily happy, but I was like, you know what? You treat people a little bit better. Maybe this stuff doesn't happen to you.
You like to believe karma plays a role
I do.
sometimes.
I do. What's your number 4?
Number 4 is hitting the sweet spot.
On a golf ball or ball or club, I mean?
Softball or golf.
All right.
A line drive that I feel I hit the sweet spot on the bat and the ball, goes right where I was kind of aiming.
You don't feel it.
Doesn't right. That's it's a stupid softball game, but it just feels good. I know I'll be driving home after the game going, man, that one swing felt really good.
Yeah.
And then I'll be like, why couldn't I do that the rest of the game? But and similar to golf.
Yep.
Like when you hit one just right, you don't really feel the ball hit the club.
No.
It just takes off. It flies where you want it to go. Sets you up for an easy putt or whatever the case may be. Hitting the sweet spot is a good feeling that can stay with you the rest of the day. Sometimes
it can,
right?
It totally can.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to see if this is our biggest fan, Chris, and then I'll be right back with you.
All right, check that out.
You got to talk, Chris.
Oh, I thought the music would carry us. All right, biggest fan called in. Good for them. Well done, Skraby. All right, good. You don't have to be polite. You're in a hurry. He's over there exchanging pleasantries with the guy while the show is
my goodness,
ongoing.
I know that's part of the biggest fan, Chris. Part of the biggest. And the weird thing is I have to whisper, and so people can't really hear me. Anyway, let's go on to number.
You are being a low talker.
Number 3.
By the way, honorable mention: when I hit a golf ball and my divot flips in the air. Like it's a pro divot.
Wouldn't know that. I've never done it.
Oh, it's so
If
amazing.
I hit behind the ball, that means I flubbed the shot.
Yeah, divot's not hitting behind the ball. You're hitting down on the ball.
Well, I don't do that. So,
and then you get that dollar bill size piece of grass that's flying through the air.
It's not an option for me.
Okay, my number 3 is a serious one. When I see people who are trying to stop drinking or drugs or anything like that, and when they finally get it, when you can see that switch in them, when they're finally like, okay, enough is enough. I'm done with this life.
Light goes on.
Yes, when the light goes on, and I think all recovering alcoholics, addicts know that you can see that light in these people, and it's a good thing.
It's one of those
makes
things
you feel
that,
very good.
And it has to happen.
It has to happen
organically,
yes.
Would you not say?
Correct. And that's what, I'll leave an AA meeting. I'll be like, that was really awesome. That person finally is getting it.
Got it. I like it. All right. Very good. My number 3, I'm pretty sure you're going to agree with this in some way, shape, or form. You may have something like it higher in your countdown.
Okay.
It is when I shut her down, which is our word now for taking a nap.
Or going to bed.
It's not going to bed.
It's just taking a nap.
Shut her down it has to be a nap.
Okay. All right.
Going to bed, you're going to bed. But shutting her down, you're just shutting her down for a little while.
Okay.
You're going to be back up.
Okay.
But when I go to shut her down, which I like to do, I obviously can't do it during the week because we have a show in the afternoon.
Yeah.
But whenever I can shut her down and I can get Kylie the dog to come lay in the crook of my arm as I'm falling asleep. Oh, tell me as a dog owner you don't like that.
I mean, that is okay.
That's heavenly. That is heavenly when the dog, nestles right in there. That's great.
My number 2 is similar, Chris.
I knew it would be. I told you. You didn't think it would, but it is.
No, it's definitely similar. What makes me happy when I come home from a bad day and Lucky comes running up to me, my dog, and he's wagging his tail and he's like, "Hey, I'm so happy to see you."
Yeah.
And then when we give each other hugs, Chris, and he puts his head on my shoulder, and so I hug him, and that does make you feel good.
Like that as well.
Seriously, I came home maybe like 6 months ago, and I was in a really, really terrible mood. I got some bad news, and I went and I hung out with Lucky and hugged him, and we played, and it made me feel better.
Dogs give you unrequited love.
Yes, they do.
They don't require anything.
No, they do, but
they don't. Well, as long as you're,
as long as you take care of them,
right? But they're gonna be your fan no matter what.
Yep.
And that is one of the great things about a dog. Number 2 for me, ahead of Kylie lying in my arms, is getting served a big, juicy, gigantic carne asada burrito with fabulous guacamole, or a steak, or just a perfectly cooked burger. Something, because when I eat, if you want to put it in quotes, bad food, it's usually because I feel like I kind of deserve it. Like I've gone on a good run for 2 weeks, and I've really been swimming and running and walking and not eating, So I finally reward myself. That moment of reward is something that makes me happy.
That is good.
I'm going to use a carne asada burrito with guacamole as kind of the representation for any of those items that is just so deliciously good. That, you can't really eat this more than once in a blue moon. If you want to maintain any kind of, right? If you want to do SD fat loss commercials. So
my mouth is actually watering right now because I'm starving, and carne asada burrito sounds amazing right now.
All right.
That is a good one. Food definitely helps, and food, comfort food.
Yeah,
right,
it's comfort food. For some people, it might just be sitting there, in your PJs eating some mac and cheese after work, but that's the same feeling.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Makes you feel good.
Right.
Number 1.
All right, the only reason Lucky wasn't number 1 is because I put my nieces as number 1.
Oh, very good.
I have 3 nieces. One's now 10, one's 7, and the other one is going to be 3 in November. And it's just fun because they're just so, like, kids are innocent. They don't see the real world for what it is. And so when they ask me questions and I get to explain things to them, it's fun. When I get to talk reptilians with them, it's fun. But I will tell you this, Chris. When I was a drinker, my little niece was a toddler, maybe like 2 years old.
Okay.
And my sister came to me and said,
"This was probably a good way to get you back on track."
Said, "I'm not going to let you around my kids anymore
Thanks
unless you
to your
stop
sister.
drinking."
Good job.
And at
sister.
first I said, "Fine, I don't care." And
Right.
then days went by and I started thinking about it, and I was like, I can't do that to these little girls.
Good
and
job,
myself.
sister. Good job.
So yeah,
Sister gets
hanging
high
out with the
marks
nieces
for that. Number 1 is, runaway winner. Dogs involved, but just being at the end of the day, being cozy on the couch. And since it's not easy to do, finding a show that both my wife and I really, really like.
What are you guys liking right now?
White Lotus.
Oh, okay.
We just watched Paradise on Hulu. Highly recommend.
Everybody keeps telling me
really
about that.
good. It's only 8 episodes, Skraby, and you like to stream.
I do.
So you could watch it all this weekend.
I do.
And I bet you after the first episode, you'll be hooked because I know you.
No, I believe you.
I'm telling you,
I
you'll be
believe you.
hooked after the first episode. You'll be like, oh, wow. First episode has such a good ending that you can't help but definitely watch from beyond to see what the hell happened.
If I start watching now, I will get to see the end.
Yeah, 8 hours.
Okay,
Or,
that's
you
fine.
know, 7.5
I just
hours.
like to watch something all the way through. I don't like to wait.
Well, you'll be able to.
Okay.
Paradise. on
Speaking
Hulu.
of White
highly
Lotus.
recommend. White Lotus is one of our favorites, but we have several favorites, and when one of them's on, and we're all the end of the day, and all of the stuff is taken care of, and the dog jumps up on the couch, that's got to be number one.
So White Lotus, I came across this article earlier today, and that was a good countdown, Chris.
Okay.
And it's about White Lotus. One of the characters, his real name is Walter Grogan.
Saw him. Yep. No, I saw him
or
on
Goggins.
Jimmy.
I'm sorry.
Yep, saw
I
him
got
on
it way wrong. Walton Goggins.
Okay, I saw him on Jimmy Kimmel the other night.
Okay, did he say in Jimmy Kimmel that he got bit by a venomous snake and the producers just kind of let him do his thing, and then like later in the day they called and they said, hey, by the way, you should probably go to the hospital.
Might
You
want to
got
have
bit
that
by a
looked at it.
snake."
Yeah, he did. He because that's in the third episode. He goes to some snake charmer place, and for whatever reason, he lets all the snakes out of their cages, and they're running all, they're slithering all over the place.
He said he hates snakes to the point where
that would be tough as an actor
How?
if they said you got to release all these snakes, and I'm like, no, I don't.
He said during filming they were like,
Yeah.
hey, you need to stay away from this one and this one, but these ones are cool. It's like, whoa, no, I don't want to be guessing on which snake I'm picking up.
Yeah, well, he must have accidentally come too close to one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, snakes is right there. I think one of the great lines in movie history is when Raiders of the Lost Ark and Harrison Ford opens up the
snakes,
the big hole, and
I
the big
hate snakes.
and all of the and he sees God, the floor's moving down there, and then they throw the torch down, and he goes, "Why does it have to be snakes? Yeah.
Snakes are gross. I hate snakes.
I don't think anybody's. Well, I wouldn't say nobody, but
there's a lot of snake lovers out
there
there.
are people that actually have snakes as a pet. Like, really? Did you cuddle with when you shut her down? Does the snake cuddle under your armpit? Yeah. Doesn't seem like it doesn't work to me.
Maybe, I don't know. Cole on the chat says Goggins is a terrific actor. Have you seen him in Sons of Anarchy? Yes, he's great in that.
No, he does a lot of good stuff. Yeah.
Also, Fallout. He's in that Fallout show on Prime that they had. He's really good in Fallout.
Well, he's good in White Lotus. White Lotus is a really good show. It's one of my favorites. I've watched the first 2 seasons. You have not started the season 3 because you don't like to watch them a week at a time.
Yeah, I want to wait.
You like to wait till
done.
it's all over.
And if I get a spoiler here and there, it's not a big deal.
Well, it's not a spoiler to tell you that he let the snakes out. I don't think that changes the whole direction of the show.
Okay.
I think you're fine there.
All right, good.
New York Knicks say Jalen Brunson ankle injury out at least 2 weeks.
Ooh.
Yeah, that hurts the Knickerbockers for the time being. Cleveland Cavs going for their 13th win in a row at Charlotte, only leading by 4 in the third quarter, 78-74. They'll probably end up winning by 30 because that's what the Cavaliers do. They play for like 3.5 quarters and then they just like put their foot down. By the way, we talked about the Lakers and how red hot they are.
Yeah.
8 in a row, et cetera, et cetera. They're 12-2 since they acquired Luka. So I think it's worked.
Yes.
Did you see the other trade that's really working?
Jimmy Butler.
Darn right.
Haven't
Jimmy
they won like
Butler
a ton
is
of
a
games?
winner, man. He goes to the Warriors. They're 10-1 since they got him. Jimmy Butler just wins. Again, he's kind of a nut. He
kind of.
Yeah, he doesn't like anybody. He forces his way in and out of everything, and that's an unlikable part of his character. But if you want to know the kind of basketball player I appreciate, it's guys that just find a way to win the game. And that's Jimmy Butler, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
He doesn't have anywhere near the talent of half these guys. He's got some, don't get me wrong. He's got talent, but there's guys that are way more talented, but they don't win as much as he does. So
it's too bad he soiled himself in the first game.
Soiled himself. Oh, they did explain that away. And
Oh,
say
yeah, it
that
was very convenient.
Yeah.
It
but
was icy hot or whatever.
Yes, they did explain
Tony
that away.
Tony was sitting in here one break, like trying so hard to convince us that it was icy hot, and I'm not buying it.
You don't want to buy it. You
You're
want it
right.
to be that he soiled himself.
You're
If you're looking for that picture of Jimmy Butler, the way Skraby says, I'm sure you can find it.
Yes, just say Jimmy Butler poop emoji.
Poop emoji
Yeah.
for Jimmy Butler.
Yep.
Skraby Chronicles are next. That should be something. I think I gave you the schedule for the weekend. SDFC on the road, Aztecs at home, UCSD on the road, Padres continue in Peoria, And Monday's show, it'll be a Sammy Skraby extravaganza. So enjoy that. We'll talk to you soon. Have a good weekend. And if you want to know the weather, just listen to the weather.
Okay,
people. They'll
all
tell you
right.
exactly
Have a good
what's
weekend. I'll
gonna
talk to you in
happen.
5 minutes.